Save. Oh, we should be live now. Okay, we're recording. It says we're now streaming on YouTube. Everyone, hello. We're still preparing. Bear with us 1 minute, public. We love you. There, I see Miss Kim. So we live on YouTube now. Let's see if we can comment on YouTube. We should be able to comment on YouTube. And let me. One of my ladies is needing an invite, so just give me 1 second. I'm going to steal it off of the our chat and give it to her. And hello, everyone. Thank you again so much for coming today. I'm excited to bring you five more, oh, no, I'm sorry, seven more astounding, phenomenal guests who's going to share their stories. We have one waiting right now, Miss Marianne, and she's going to tell her story in a few minutes. But before we get started, I am just doing some last few minute touches, so just bear with me. 1 second. But what I can do while we're waiting is talk a little bit about me. Um, a lot of people don't really know me. They don't know my story. There are a few that do from interviewing me, from having me on their platform, or from having me interview them on my platform. A lot of you guys kind of look at me as a person who is this empowered person, but I am new just like the rest of you guys. I am a trauma survivor, survivor of domestic violence. I have had to overcome sexual assault. I've had to overcome so much to be the person that I am. I've dealt with a lot of doubt in my life. I've dealt with a lot of anger, and I did not know what my purpose was. So I'm using this platform for anyone who's been where I am. Excuse me, because when I left my abusive husband when I was 29, almost 30, and I did not have a support system. I did not have anyone to tell me you need to go to therapy, you need to find your purpose, you need to get your children therapy, you need to do this, you need to do that. My support system told me let's go out and party because I had two jobs. I was a good mom. I cooked, I cleaned, I did everything on paper right. So why not love yourself? That's what I was taught loving myself was. So I want to make sure that not only you know how to empower yourself, but you know how to love yourself the right way. You hear me say the right way, because a lot of times we think loving ourselves the right way is going out and getting drunk. That's not loving yourself, putting that poison in your body. You waking up the next day next to somebody and you don't know how you got there. How's that loving yourself, putting yourself in danger? So I needed a support system that was going to teach me how to love myself the right way, on top of helping me heal from this journey. So I didn't have that for years. And I didn't have that until recently, honestly, until I started this journey. I found these beautiful ladies who's on here with me today. Miss Cassandra, Lady Poet, and K Love from Open Letters to a Survivor. They recently snatched me a couple of weeks ago, and they've been holding on to me so tight that I just feel the love. I can't help but to feel the love. If I would have had sisters like this, I probably wouldn't have made a lot of mistakes that brought me to my journey today. Honestly, I do have regrets, but I don't regret anything, because if I wasn't that person, I wouldn't be this person today to be able to help you guys, guide you guys in any way that I can. I wouldn't have met Miss Marianne, who's on here right now, Miss Jen, who's my bestie. I see you, Jen. Hi.
Hey, girl.
I wouldn't have met these beautiful women who are here to help me learn to heal the right way, who went through their own journeys, who's gone through life and been made to feel like they were the lowest, to have to climb, sometimes alone, to be the women that you guys are going to hear from today. So thank you all so much for coming. Um, Anyone from these three co-hosts, I have one more coming today. She'll be on a little later. She's a beautiful, phenomenal woman as well, a member of Open Letters to a Survivor, and they we talk every day. And in the little time, they've inspired me so much to be a better me than what I already am. So, and they're pushing me. They're like, pushing me and supporting me. You got this, you got this. Like, I don't know that feeling. Miss Jen, ever since I've known her, we don't talk every single day, but when she talks to me, she's like, you got this, you got this. I'm proud of you. You're great. You're awesome. You're beautiful. Like, these are things I have never had growing up. And these are things that I needed. And these are things that you need. And this is what this platform is for. This is what this summit is for, to help you learn, whether it be through breath work, whether it be through affirmations, whether it be through whatever you need to heal. That's what I am building this platform for, through my podcast, Insights of a Survivor, through my YouTube channel, Empowered Voices. Hold on, I have to look at that one because it's a long one, but you guys are actually streaming from that, Empowered Voices. Um, I can't remember the name of it. I'm so excited, you guys, because we had that summit yesterday. I had so much fun. We had so much fun yesterday with the summit that I'm just excited for today. Um, and I also have a Costa Rican retreat, which I hope these beautiful women will be on there with me. And we're trying to figure out a way to get them all up here, down here with me to Costa Rica, to have an empowerment retreat for women of surviving domestic violence, trauma, whatever, to just uplift this community. I'm going to do whatever I can. Like I told Lady Poet, I was silenced once in my life. I will never be silent again because I'm not a quiet person. I talk a lot, as you guys can see. But about the certain issues that had me feeling like I was less than, I was taught to shut up about it. No, we're not going to shut up. We're going to speak. We're going to open our mouths, and we're going to be proud of what we overcame. You need to be proud of what you overcame so that you can uplift others the way we're trying to uplift you. So if anyone has anything to say before the first guest come on, I'm going to put my mic on mute, and I'm going to hand the hosting over back to Lady Kiss. Mwah. Good morning, everyone. And I'm going on mute. And thank you all for attending, whether you watch the live recording or watch the retake. I appreciate your support and I love you all.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Cassandra Williams, aka Coach Kiss. Mwah. And we are here this morning with our Rise and Thrive Summit in support of PJ Jones and for all survivors and thrivers out there who just need that extra bit of support, that extra bit of encouragement. I am a co-host of the podcast Open Letters to a Survivor, and I am here today with my fellow co-host. K Love, and founder Amanda Lady Poet Speaks. So before we get started with today's summit, I am going to pause here and turn the mic over to K Love.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. I hope everybody is bright eyed and bushy tailed and just alive today. I am so excited, so excited. I am also, as Coach Kiss said, one of the co-hosts for Open Letters to a Survivor. I am so ecstatic about what we're doing here today. We started off yesterday with a bang, and we're going to end today with a bang. And I'm just elated about all the wonderful women out here who are coming forward with their voice about their situations and circumstances, no longer being afraid, no longer being quiet, no longer being put down, let down, and all that jazz. No, we have all made a decision to push forward, to speak our truth, and to do it out of love because we don't want anyone to feel what we felt in the past. We want to be able to show people that you are not alone in this. And there are people here who's going to extend their stories and give you resources and just hold your hand and say, it's okay. You are a survivor and a thriver. And you're going to get through it and you're going to keep pressing on and you're going to move forward. And then you're going to pay it forward and pull somebody else through because that's what this is all about. So I definitely am excited about today. Do we know if our first guest is here? Awesome. Well, let me introduce you all to Miss Jennifer Witt. Jennifer Witt was sexually assaulted in the military, miraculously survived by suicide, and have healed multiple mental health issues. Now she is a mental health coach. That's awesome. She took her lemons and made them into lemonade. And that's what this is all about. So let's welcome Miss Jennifer Witt.
Thank you all very, very, very much. I am like so excited to be here. Like the minute I met PJ, I just fell in love with her. And I am like, she's going to be in my life forever. So I am thrilled to be here. I am born and raised in Williamstown, West Virginia. The only time I didn't live here was when I was in the military and then just shortly after. But I always said whenever I was ready to get married and have kids and settle down and do all that, I was moving back home. And here I am. So, but I have a very whirlwind of a story, but it just ends up so beautiful. And I'm just so, so grateful to be here. I really am. And I'm so excited to meet all of you and get to talk to you and hear your stories. And I just think it's going to be a beautiful day. Well, I am currently a wife to my husband, Philip, and we have 2 kids. I got a 6-year-old son named Carlin and a 4-year-old daughter, Vandalia, and they are like my everything. They're awesome. I love being a mom. Like, I always wanted to be a mom, but you just have no idea what it's going to be like until you actually get to do it. And they're just amazing. They're little miracles that you get to watch grow every single day. And they're just the greatest blessing in my life. And my husband's pretty awesome too. I'll give him props throughout my story, but I'll start kind of at the beginning. So, none of us get through childhood without some sort of trauma. It's just not possible. I've never met one person that didn't have even a minor trauma in their life. And people don't even realize it sometimes until they're looking at why they do particular things or why they always have certain triggers. And it always comes back to childhood. And for me, I had fantastic parents. I mean, I had fantastic parents. I love my parents. I'm an absolute daddy's girl. But my mom, she's just a rock star. And my first trauma, and the reason I tell this is because it feeds throughout the whole narrative of my life. But my very first trauma happened when I was 4 years old. And I was at a babysitter's that day with my friend, Jason, who I've known my entire life. Well, that same day, there was another boy named Jason at the babysitter's that my mom didn't know. She had no idea he was there. Well, the 3 of us got in trouble for something. And so when my mom was asking me about it that evening, I was trying to explain to her the situation. I kept saying Jason. Well, she was thinking it was my friend Jason. It wasn't. It was this other Jason. And she was not understanding what I was saying to her. And my mom says this was the time that she ever saw me got defensive. And this is where my defensiveness started. She said, you were just getting so frustrated because I wasn't understanding what you were saying. And I knew exactly what she was talking about because it's still stuck out in my mind. It's one of my earliest memories. That interaction with my mother, who, by the way, it's not that she didn't understand what I was trying to say. She just didn't understand the context. But that little seed right there said to me that I didn't matter, that my truth didn't matter. And that played out through my whole life. Well, flash forward to when I'm serving in the Air Force. I ended up being sexually assaulted by a coworker and somebody who I thought was my friend. And oh my gosh, it's one of those things where what had happened to me during the sexual assault, like I didn't fight, I didn't yell, I didn't scream, I didn't do anything. I was literally paralyzed in my body. I couldn't move. I didn't know how I was breathing. And I just felt trapped. And it felt like my soul was on fire. Like I have no other way to describe it. The only thing I felt was it felt like my soul was burning. And I just remember looking at the door, like trying to scream, and nothing was happening. And I couldn't wrap my brain about why is this happening to me? And oh my gosh, it just tore me up. And it tore me up for years because I couldn't understand why I couldn't do anything. And nobody, the therapist they would send me to, I had to go to a rehab. like a rehabilitation, like a mental health rehabilitation place. All this stuff. Nobody mentioned anything to me about how the body worked or what was happening to my body or anything like that. And it just made me feel like something was wrong with me. Well, then we go to trial and we do all of those. If you've ever gone to court, it's awful. It's just the worst. And especially, it was really bad for me because the only other woman in the entire courtroom was my victim's witness advocate, who was with me. Oh my gosh, she's an angel that was put into my life for sure. Other than that, it was all men who were the lawyers. It was all men on the judge was a man. It was so intimidating, but I was really proud of myself. I got through it. I did all this. In the meantime, I'm able to separate from the military. They give me a hardship discharge. And okay, great. Well, 2 weeks later, I get a phone call from my victim's witness advocate who tells me to sit down. And she let me know that he got off basically scot-free. He didn't lose a stripe. I mean, nothing. And this is coming from the military who says they stand for zero tolerance. And it broke me. That reiterated in my brain that my story didn't matter. I didn't matter. And in between those two events, it's probably about 4 months. I'll just say I committed suicide. Like, I did everything that I could possibly do. If they would have let us keep weapons at the dorm, that's how I would have ended it. And I wouldn't be here. But I did what only I could do. I went and refilled all my prescriptions. I had 3 of them. Took every single one. And then to make sure that I succeeded, I took an X-Acto knife and I cut my wrists and I cut my throat. And I'm sorry if this is triggering to anybody. I should have put a trigger warning before. I apologize. But I like to get the details out there because only by the grace of God am I standing in front of you, because they got to me very, very quickly. It was from the time that I took all the medication and did all that, and the time I was found, it was 10 minutes. Because my buddy that I had borrowed the X-Acto knife from just had a stirring that he needed to come check on me. He said it just was a nagging feeling, and he couldn't let it pass, and finally was like, okay, fine. So he came down to check on me. The one thing that I did not do was lock my door. That was the one thing I had forgotten to do. Well, he walked in my door and he found me, called the ambulance. So from the time that he did that until I was in the hospital was 20 minutes. Because the hospital is right off of base. It's very close. And so you're talking, maybe I would give it 45 minutes to an hour. They were working on me. So it was a very short time frame. Well, I'm in and out, coming in and out of consciousness this whole time. And I must have been out for several hours. And in the middle of the night, I remember waking up. And it was dark, but there was a nurse in my room and a detective from the military. And as I'm stirring, I don't even think that he asked me if I was okay, like how I was doing, anything like that. And maybe he did, I just don't remember it. But the first thing I remember him saying is, what did you do with the pills? And I was like, what? What do you mean? He said, what did you do with the pills? And I said, I don't understand. I said, I took every single one of the pills. He's like, well, we pumped your stomach. We took your urine. We took your blood. There is not one trace of any drug whatsoever in your bloodstream or in your body whatsoever. That's not possible. I knew enough about pharmacology to know that it takes Tylenol 6 hours to get out of your system. I'm like, that's not possible. And I just didn't know what to say. I just couldn't believe what he was saying. And God bless this nurse. She put her hand on my hand and she said, I believe you. And I'm just going to put you in my little book of miracles. And that has always stuck with me. And I knew in that moment that physically this was not possible. And I knew it was God that had saved me. But instead of being grateful, I was furious. I was furious. And because I really wanted to die, because I was in such torment that I thought that going to hell would be better than going through what I was going through. I was, it was awful. It was awful. And I was, 9 hours from all the people who loved me. And it shut me down. And then when all the stuff with the trial happened, I was a mess. And instead of, all I wanted to do when I was going through this whole time was go home. And then once I was home and we got the results from the trial, all I wanted to do was run away, because I was like, it's obviously me. I'm the problem. I'm the issue. I need to get away from all the people that love me, because I'm obviously not good for them either. And so I ran halfway across the country. So I grew up in West Virginia. That's where I live now. And my ex-boyfriend, friend, we were on again, off again for a long time. He was in the Army and he was stationed in Louisiana. So I literally packed up all my stuff and moved halfway across the United States to live with my ex-boyfriend, who, by the way, just came back from Iraq and is dealing with his own demons. And it was like putting oil and vinegar together. It was not good. But here we go again. God sends me another angel. And it was a girl named Alicia, who I'm still friends with, and actually just got to see her in August. So, and her family pretty much took me in and like treated me like I was their own. I mean, I had Thanksgivings there. They're amazing. They're amazing people. And they were strong in the faith, which was really good, because they would kind of pull me along, and eventually I was ready to move back home. And so I did. But man, oh man, was I struggling. I mean, I was struggling. It was this vicious cycle of, I'd be doing okay, I'd get a job, all this, I'd date somebody for a while, whatever. And then I'd start going down like this. And then I'd lose my job. And then, it was just a vicious cycle. And then the relationships would end. And it was just a cycle, perpetual cycle, over and over and over again. Meanwhile, I'm just like trying to mask all my mental health issues and function in society. And it was awful. And how I still look back and I wonder, how in the world did I land my husband? Because I came with a lot of baggage. And he was so patient with me through everything. And I tried to go to therapy on multiple occasions. And then we were married for 7 years before we decided we were ready to have kids. And I was pregnant with my son, and my mental health was just getting really, really, really bad again. And it was my husband, actually, who took it upon himself to try to find me a place to go, that dealt with, sexual trauma and things like that. And he did all the legwork for me. And he ended up talking to one of my friends that he worked with, who is also a veteran. And he said, tell her to go to the vet center. And, you get free services and all kinds of stuff down there. It's right behind the VA. And so he found me a female therapist who was wonderful. She was absolutely wonderful. And she actually is the one that encouraged me to apply for disability benefits. And I was like, I didn't think I could do that anymore. You have a short window usually after you separate to do that. And she's like, that's not the case anymore. She's like, you can still do it. And she helped me, and I did. And I ended up getting approved for 50% disability, which gave me VA benefits. So then I could start going to the VA and start getting even more care, which was great. And that's been really helpful too, because my care team at my local VA clinic is incredible. I mean, my therapist, she's just, I like send her Christmas cards. Like, she is so good, and my doctors are good, and everybody's good, and it's amazing. But we really started hitting therapy good and hard. And I, during that time too, though, I ended up, no, it wasn't then, pardon my timeline. But I really, started doing the therapy good and hard. My son was born, took a little break from that. And he was perfect. I had 2 home births. It was incredible. And it was great. But after my son came something new, which was postpartum depression. And that was just something else that got thrown on top of everything else that I was, still trying to mask and still trying to get through. And I ended up having, just smack face, rock bottom, right before my son's first birthday. Lost my job. And I still love all those people. Those people still love me. They still check on me and everything, but I lost my job. And I, again, was just like, what am I doing? Like, why am I here? Everybody would be better off without me, having those thoughts again. But I knew I wasn't, even though I was suicidal in the way I was thinking, I knew I wasn't going to do that to my son. And I still think that if it had just been me and my husband, I would probably not be here. But I loved my son enough that I wasn't going to do that to him. And so then I went back to the VA. I told them what was going on. They got me on medication, which really did help. I'm not a big proponent, and you'll find out I do work at a mental health clinic also, and who prescribes medication and therapy. And I am a big fan of medication when it's basically your mental health is so bad that it's affecting your daily life, when it's affecting all your relationships and your ability to work and things like that. I'm a big proponent of it because it can help you get to where you need to go. But it's really the most effective when it's in conjunction with therapy. And because the medication does help you in therapy, in the fact that it helps you connect maybe some dots that you wouldn't otherwise connect, or even be a little bit more open to trying, discussing things that you wouldn't normally feel comfortable discussing. We'll come back to this later, but I started doing those things, and my therapist said, we're going to do what's called cognitive processing therapy. It's really big in the VA with people with PTSD. Because at that point I was diagnosable with PTSD, major depression, severe anxiety, postpartum. I had binge eating disorder, ADHD, which was undiagnosed still at that point. I didn't get that diagnosis until later. And so, I was dealing with all that. So she said, we're going to do this therapy. And it's 12 weeks. You meet every single week for 12 weeks. You also have homework and things you have to do in between your therapy sessions. And in the very 5th week, you're supposed to write out your trauma from beginning to end. So every detail that you can remember. Well, I kept getting hung up on the fact that I didn't fight back. Like, that was always my stopping point. I couldn't get past it because that was really one of the things that tore me up. Like, I kept thinking it was my fault. And as I'm getting stuck, I'm like, okay, I can't be the only person who's ever been sexually assaulted that this has happened to. I can't be. So I really started digging into deep and talking about, what I experienced and things like that. Turns out there's a thing called, basically what it's called in the animal world is tonic immobility. But what it's referred to in a biological term is the freeze response. And no one had literally ever talked to me. No one had ever spoken to me about this. I had no clue it was even a thing. We always hear about fight or flight, but no one hardly ever talks about freeze. And I'm reading this, and then I read something that just shocked me. It said, 70% of all rape victims experience some form of tonic immobility, whether partial or full. And I'm like, are you kidding me? So it wasn't my fault. I couldn't believe it. I like literally couldn't believe it. And I remember crying that night, tears. I mean, I was crying so hard. And my husband was just like, what is happening? What's wrong? And I'm like, just kept going, happy tears. Like that's all I could get out. And I just remember it was almost like all the walls that I had put up in my brain trying to protect me from all these thoughts and things like that. It was like those were knocked down. And I just started connecting pieces that I didn't connect before. I remember writing that night. This was about midnight. I wrote until 4 a.m. in a notebook, just like every thought I was having, everything that was coming to me. And it was like the most therapeutic thing ever. I didn't even go to sleep that night. We were driving the next day to go spend the weekend with my husband's family. And I couldn't believe it. And I ended up I had a therapy session that same day. And I was telling her everything that was happening. And she's like, oh my gosh. She's like, yeah. She's like, I definitely could have told you all about this. And she told me this book to read. It was called Waking the Tiger by Peter Levine. And it's all about how we store trauma in our bodies. And I'm listening to this book on audiobook on the way down, and I'm just crying and crying and crying. I'm like, this all just makes so much sense. And I tell you, it was from that day forward that I was fully invested. I was like, I'm not going to just deal with this stuff anymore. I'm going to overcome my mental health challenges. Come hell or high water, it's happening. And I mean, at that point, I didn't have a job. My husband was like, stay home. You know, we had a small child. That was great. We ended up having another one. And I dived head first into everything I can get my hands on. What, you know, the brain, you know, mental health, anything related, I read or I watched. I watched so many things. I just couldn't get enough because I just really wanted to know how all this worked and how you get better. And I wasn't interested in just dealing with symptoms. Like I wanted to get to the core of why I had all these disorders, and I was going to figure out how I was going to overcome them. And that's really where my whole coaching model comes from, because the belief that I had was, if I could help even just one person with all of the information that I have gathered and my experiences and help them not have to suffer so long. Because I mean, I suffered for 15 years. 15 years. That's a long time. And there's people who have suffered longer than that. And I'm like, man, if I could shorten that for somebody, what a blessing that would be. And I knew this was going to be my path. And so I started like, I kind of try to organize everything, figure out what are the key things that we all need to have in order to get to where we want to go. And I started paying attention to the things that really made the biggest impact. And there's 3 areas that made the biggest impact in my mental health growth. And they were community, nutrition, and faith. They're the 3 biggest things. And they are actually the 3 pillars of my personal coaching that I do. I do very, very, very personalized coaching. I am one of those people, I can't stand it when people like pass out the same forms to every single every single person, and coach them all the same way. I'm like, everybody's stories are different. Everybody's symptoms are different. Everybody's the thing that tripped them up the most is different. Like this doesn't work. And they talked about that a lot in a lot of my courses and things that I took. And I just thought, I'm not doing it that way. And I don't. My coaching is very, very personal. But I am one of those people that believe that if you can start with the big stuff and just start, it's like an onion. I use this analogy all the time, but it's such a good analogy, because when you first peel out the outer layers of the onion, it's the big pieces, it's the big chunks. And then it gets smaller and smaller. And then you start working on the little things. But if you can deal with the big things first and see that that you're trending in the direction that you want to go and that it's making a difference, then you can slowly start working on the little stuff. But those three things are the biggest thing for me. Because for me, it was the community was big, because one thing that I always struggled with is like, I felt like I was alone. Like I was the only person that was going through this. Nobody else understood what I was going through. And that was not true. I mean, the things that causes the symptoms and the things that we deal with on a normal basis might be, the things that caused our trauma might be different, but those little things that we all deal with, they're the same. And, it's knowing that you're not alone makes such a huge impact. And then when you find somebody that you connect with in your community that can walk alongside you and be there for you and, pick you up when you're down, and you could pick them up when they're down, and just having kind of like an accountability partner is huge. It's huge. It keeps you going forward. And that it's just so powerful. People just, everybody's resistant to it in my coaching. When I talk about community, they're just like, oh, I don't know if I want to like put myself out there or things like that. I'm like, you have no idea how much of an impact it can make for you. And so, I'm their first person in their little community and their little tribe that they build, but I always encourage them to try other things. Try a support group. Try it. Just try it. You never know. It can make a really big impact for you. And if not, then that's okay. You can look up, other places for a tribe and things like that. But it's like, just try. And usually when I get them to try, a couple months down the road, they're like, yeah, you were right about that. But, that's a really big pillar. And because, unfortunately for a lot of people too, I'm dealing with this with the girl I'm coaching right now. She has no one. Like, her family's awful. And, her friends are all kind of gone separate ways. They have kids, all that stuff. And so I think just having me to connect to has been huge for her. Like I see a difference in her every time I see her. But she's getting ready to start a support group this week. And then I had somebody else who started her own because she couldn't find one. And that she has found purpose in that, because she's now like the ringleader of that whole thing. And it's just given her such great pep in her step. And the next really kind of crucial part is the nutrition. I had no idea before I went down this whole road that what we eat impacts literally every area of our life. It is all connected. It's all connected. And, I didn't understand like the gut brain connection. I didn't understand any of that. And as I'm getting I got into it. And I was like, well, now I got to take a couple of certificates, and now I got to do all this. And then I ended up being able to train with Dr. Georgia Ede, who is like basically the founder of nutritional psychiatry. And she treats her patients with keto. And oh my gosh, she has been a godsend in my life. And so I got to train with her, and that was really fantastic. And, the biggest thing that I found with nutrition is, they're pushing keto in the realm of psychology and psychiatry right now, because it is honestly the research and what I've seen just from what I've been able to do and watching everybody else in our support group with Dr. Ede, the impact of keto on your mental health is nuts. Like, it is nuts. It is amazing. And I am keto, and it's been huge. I mean, I made super big strides when I finally started eating better. And the thing is, though, you don't have to do keto. anytime that you can cut out processed crap out of your diet, you will see improvement. You will see improvement. And because I honestly, I don't do keto with every single one of my patients. I don't, because it's not going to work for everybody. Some people it does. Some people it's too hard for them to stick to. That's fine. There's other routes you can go, but just cleaning it up, honestly, can make a huge impact. Huge impact. I always tell everybody, just shop the outsides of the aisle when you go, and you'll be all right. If you want to get, and then I'll do custom meal plans for them and things like that. They have other goals like, weight, getting off diabetic medication, things like that. Then we'll go hardcore. But usually I just tell everybody to start with stop the processed stuff. Stop it. I like single ingredient foods. That's the best way to go. And, and I don't make everybody start all at once. You start with a meal. You start with what you're drinking. If you drink pop and things like that, nix it. Let's replace it with water. Then you can start with a breakfast. Then you can start here. Then you can start there. And slowly adding up, making those changes, because you want it to last. Everybody always wants results fast. But I'm like, but don't you want results that are going to last? Because that's my goal. And doing it kind of incrementally, as I found has worked best for most people. And, it becomes a lifestyle. It's really what it is. It's more of a lifestyle than a diet per se, because you're eating for your health. You're making your health a priority. And, once you get a better brain, you also start getting a better body. It's a definite plus. So, and then you'll start noticing all these other issues that you had that start to go away. And I mean, it's just so impactful, so impactful. And so that's obviously my second big pillar. But my third one is faith. And I am not one to push my religion onto anybody. We all have different walks. And that's we all have different things that we connect to. For me, yes, I'm a Christian, but other people might not be. The point with this is that you have to believe, you have to have faith that things can get better. Because without that, without the hope that you won't stay here forever, without the hope that you can get better, nothing's going to work. It's just not. And I experienced this with one of our patients at the mental health clinic I work at. He had no hope, none. And I tried, and I didn't get enough time with him. And I think about him all the time. And he literally had hope in nothing. And so nothing we tried was going to work for him. And he eventually quit. And I have no idea where he is, but I think about him all the time. And it's instrumental. It's a thing that'll keep you going. If you know that there's a reason for what you're going through, if you know that somebody else, you've seen somebody else who has done it, if you know it can be done, it's a very, very powerful motivator. And, my hope is in Jesus, but others could be in just somebody else. Yours could be in PJ, and we'll listen to hear her overcome her, everything that she went through, or her struggles and things like that. It's incredible. It really is. It's incredible what having that faith can do for you. And if you are somebody of faith, whether it's a Christian faith, whether it's Jewish faith, whether it's Buddhism, whatever, practicing that every day and knowing that what you believe, that can give you so much foundation too. And it's really what this is all about, is setting up your foundation for success. You set up the big things, then you can work on all the little things. And before you know it, you're like, wow. Like my boss tells me all the time how proud of me she is. She's like, you literally have no more. She's like, other than your poor little ADHD, she's like, you have no more diagnosable disorders. I can't diagnose you with anything. And That's amazing. It's so amazing. And even now with my ADHD, I just treat it with food. That's all I need. And it's so helpful and it's so impactful. And I just wish I could just wave a magic wand and make everybody's mental health issues go away. But that's not the reality that we live in. So I just do what I do every day. And I try to make every person that I interact with, whether it's at the clinic or every person that I coach, I try to give them every tool they need to get to where they want to go. And we celebrate the wins, and we, and I'm not married to any way of doing things. The one thing that I'm really grateful for is when in my journey, when I tried something that I read about or learned about, or, whatever it may be, if it didn't work for me, I still held on to it because I thought, if it doesn't work for me, okay, but that doesn't mean it won't work for somebody else. So I really try to keep all the tools that I've learned. And we always try things new and things like that. If something's not working, if it's not working, then get rid of it. Try something else. And, all these little things that you add over time, once you get your big pieces in place, you'll get there. You will. I mean, it took me 5 years, but I'm okay with that. I'm glad it took me 5 years. I'm glad I had to slow crawl through everything because I was just able to learn so much, and I get to use everything that I learned every day. And I am eternally grateful for the experiences that I've been through now. I have no regrets. I'm not sad by what happened to me because I know that pain that God gave me was meant to be used to help other people going through that. And it's, you always hear Mark Twain, there's that Mark Twain quote that says, the 2 greatest days of your life are the day you're born and the day you find out why. And that's why I'm here. That's why God saved me in that suicide attempt, is because he had work for me to do. And that work is here, and it's in speaking, and it's in helping my clients, and it's in helping anybody I encounter in any way that I can. Because we're all going through something. Everybody is. And, I heard somebody say the other day, she's like, oh, it was one of my coaching clients. And she said, I just feel bad, talking, because they were talking about somebody that they really appreciate and would like for them to be in their tribe, but they're kind of going through their own stuff. And she's like, I just feel like I start to feel bad because what I'm going through isn't as bad as what she's going through. And I'm like, it's not a competition. Just because her current circumstances might be bigger per se than yours, it doesn't mean yours aren't relevant. It is. All your feelings are relevant. What you're going through matters. And so don't compare yourself to other people. Don't compare yourself to other people's circumstances. Don't compare yourself to other people's traumas. It's just, that's not fair to you. It's not fair to them. It's not fair to anybody. Be there for each other, regardless. Just be there for each other. And I always encourage everybody, if you aren't sure what you're supposed to be doing, if you aren't sure where the directions you're supposed to go, and look at the things that have had the biggest impact in your life. Look at your pain. They always say turn pain into purpose, but that's not just a saying. It's the truth. I mean, we live in a broken world that's getting more broke by the day. And we are naturally tribal people. That's how we were made. We weren't made to do this alone. And if you can figure out how you can use that tragedy in your life, the traumas that have affected you and shaped who you are, if you can figure out how to use that for the betterment of other people and the betterment of this world, then do it. Do it. Because one, you're always going to have the passion for it. You're always going to have the passion for it because it means that much to you. And if it means something to you, it's going to mean something to the people that you impact. And it's just, try it. That's always my biggest encouragement. Try, put your feet out there, step out a little bit. Because I can tell you too, when I first started, man, I was scared and I thought, why am I doing this? Like, I remember the very first time I was on a podcast several years ago, and it was my friend's podcast. He really is the one that kind of encouraged me. He's like, you need to get your story out there. You need to get your story out there. I was terrified, but I did it. And I remember the next day he texted me and said, I want you to read this. And it was a message from one of his listeners who had said, I was just sexually assaulted 3 weeks ago. And please tell her that that message was for me, and tell her how grateful I am that she shared her story. And it just I was like, okay, this is why we do these things, because you will impact somebody else, and that person's probably going to turn around and influence somebody else. And before you know it, you've created a legacy just by sharing your story, just by being a little bit vulnerable and put yourself out there, but knowing that it's going to help somebody else. It's so impactful. It's so impactful. So yeah, I just wanted to put that out there too, because, people, especially in coaching too, people will always say, I just don't know what my purpose is. I just don't know why I'm here. And I'm like, well, I can tell you why you're here usually. And it's the best feeling in the world, So I just want to encourage you guys that if you aren't doing something that you don't, if you're not doing the thing that you feel like you're supposed to be doing, then step out and do it. There's no time like the present. No time like the present. And you're never too old. You're never too young. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if you're 80 or 8. Get out there and do it. It's the best. It really is. It's the best feeling to be able to help people. And I really feel like that's when we get the most out of life, is when we're in service to others. And you don't have to be perfect. You don't have to have it all together. I don't have it all together. I mean, if anybody says they have everything together and they've got it all figured out, they are lying, because we are a complex creature, if you will. And it is, we're always evolving. We're always changing. There's always new things that are going to come along that are going to put a monkey wrench in things. And we're always going to have to learn something new. And so, definitely don't wait until you're ready. You're never going to be ready. So just step out and do it. But I think that's pretty much all I had. So, I did go over a little bit. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Thank you so much, Jen. We appreciate your time. You gave some nuggets of information. And I dropped in our Zoom chat and on YouTube those 3 pillars, especially, for just general, and that you said it was part of your coaching model. And so we
Mhm.
really thank you for joining us. That was a tough story to share. And so we appreciate your level of vulnerability and being able to do so. So if you could please drop your contact information, I'll make sure to share it out with
Sure.
our YouTube viewers as well, because we have someone out there who's expressing an interest. So I want to make sure
Okay,
we
great.
drop something out there for them to be able to get in contact with you. But I thank you so much. PJ, are you there?
I'm here. I'm next.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Amanda.
Okay, so our next speaker is Marianne Barrier. She's trained as a life coach, love and your Ayurveda. I hope I said it right. Sorry, coach. Marianne specializes in helping adult daughters facing challenging relationships with their family, rediscovering themselves so that they can get to create the life that of their dreams, no matter what their families think or says, calling in abundance in all aspects of their life, which is career, location, relationships, money, energy, love, time, and etc. So I'll bring to you Marianne. Again, Jennifer, thank you for your story. It inspired me. So thank you. And Marianne, we turn it over to you.
Thank you. And I know it's a hard word, Ayurveda. Nobody gets it right. It's okay. And I have to say, I get chills at every speaker that I hear during this summit. Like it's just an amazing time. And I feel privileged to be part of this team of these 2 days. And I really am moved by the vulnerability, the level of shares that we've had, and the mission that we all have to share so that we can help others. It's just, we're doing beautiful work, and I'm so glad that we're here together. And for those listening, I want to congratulate you to celebrate you today for being part of this, for committing to, spending your Sunday listening to this, seeking answers, and really trying to find a way through. And I'm going to talk very soon about what I want to talk about, but like what I love about this time is that we all found a way to connect with life, with God, with the universe, with whatever we want to call it, with faith, right? Because it is indeed the last thing that stands when we've lost everything. And so I love when we touch on that. And the second thing that I often, skim over through my talks is indeed Ayurveda. This is a traditional Indian medicine, and I want to talk about it today because what I've heard since yesterday is that a lot of speakers have connected, the health of their body with the health of their mind. And it is huge. It is so true. And that is why my path was finding Ayurveda, but it can be any traditional medicine that you find that is to connect with your body in a gentle way, and not get to have just a pill to make something disappear and act as a band-aid. It's really about understanding and really coming back home into your body so that you can heal the rest. So what I wanted to say today, and I will come back on it, is that in my situation, I haven't been going through anything traumatic like we've heard so far. I've had the honor of oftentimes being the recipient of such stories of people that have decided to trust me, to open up for the first time, and to find support and strength and just a loving ear to be there for them. And it has always really marked me to notice how mean the world can be and how low some people have to go to come back up. And in my life, what I've noticed is that by listening to those stories and by going through mine, we still have things in common. And that one thing is that we're breaking cycles. We're breaking cycles of silence, or only cycles of stuff that has been repeated through generations and generations, and that the generation before us hasn't had the courage to stop. In my family, in my life, it's connected to love and to emotional connection and healthy love and support and understanding and being there for our people. It's very high level, but what happened in my family is that my parents loved me, they've done everything they could for me, but it was only material, financial, physical, and it was really about understanding who I was really. It was putting me in a box in which I didn't want to be and and because I am so sensitive and so willing to do the best I could, I often went along, right? Until I was called to wake up a few years down the road. And the whole thing kind of broke apart because I realized that, things were repeated that did not make sense. And I know that I'm surrounded by a lot of parents. And what I want to say in that is that the big issue in families where, you know, kids don't get along well with their parents is often that there is a lack of understanding and something that is being missed, something that we don't want to hear as a parent, that the child is triggering. And I have the children, which are usually adults and have the capacity to finally put words on it. But I know that it can be confusing for parents as well. And so if you have any questions by the end of this presentation, just let me know. But to come back to my mission of helping adult daughters break cycles and really overcome the challenging relationship that they are having with their parents, overcome the pressure of having to be put in a box or having to accept things that don't make sense to them. You know, love is not a word. It's really an action. It's a verb. It's something that we have to do, and we cannot hide behind affirmations, right? Like our actions, our energy needs to go alongside it. And so when we go through life, we cannot avoid trauma, as Jennifer was saying. And the big thing is to know that, and to know that as an adult, we have a choice. And so I guess to link it all back together, what I want to say is that one thing that we are left with when we go through trauma, being small t trauma or big T trauma, is that we feel that we're not good enough. We feel that we don't know why we're on earth. You know, we don't know our purpose. We don't know how to find the right relationship that is going to make us feel fulfilled and feel understood, and also help other people in the same way. And so what I've discovered by receiving the stories of my friends, of my clients, of people that have trusted me to finally open up and ask for help, and through my own stories of not knowing what to do with my family, was that there are 4 points that we really need to come back to so that we can turn and become the light in the darkness. And you know, when we break cycles, we become the leader of a new way. And oftentimes we have nobody to really turn to. It may be that we've read a book, or that, you know, we need to find a book, we need to find a podcast, we need to find a coach that is going to really confirm what we're feeling. But those 4 things that I've noticed that are really important are what I call the self method, which I created through my own experience and helping others. And so that's 4 pillars. And the first pillar is the S, and it's self-soothing. It's knowing how to handle your emotions, knowing how to handle your triggers, knowing how to answer as the adult that you want to be, rather than, you know, being the frantic child that is triggered inside of you. So the first thing is really about knowing that, and being, you know, becoming your best friend, and having that safe space where you can express your emotions and handle them. The second thing that is key in your healing is the E, and it's self-esteem, the thing that has been lacking throughout your whole life, and the thing that nobody has ever, you know, built in you, or that you have lost through a traumatic event. So it's really coming back to you and knowing that you matter, knowing that you have value, knowing that you are worthy of everything unconditionally. And so what we do is we build that self-esteem, and that self-esteem comes with boundaries. Because a lot of people that I help are usually empaths, meaning that they're highly sensitive and that they feel before they talk. and it's really hard for them to, it's overwhelming for them to go in the world and feel before any words is already said. And so when we can put a boundary, and when we can also talk, say it, speak it out loud, and be respected in it, because a big part is that nobody until the moment we've met have really been respected in their boundaries. That gives us so much power, so much strength. And so we build that strength and that courage to speak out our boundaries and to make them feel, be respected. And the third pillar is the L, and it's self-love. And it's about learning what healthy love is and stopping what has been shown and taught to us that is not healthy, that is not respectful, that is not, fulfilling. And so it's really about learning what healthy love is and having the capacity to let go of what is not that, and attracting the right people, attracting, the people that we never thought existed. And the last part is the F, and we actually do it throughout my whole program, and it's self-fulfillment. And that big part is something we've talked about during these 2 days, is finding our purpose. And once we find our purpose, when we're, down on the ground, and really a lot of us have talked about suicide, about the big question to the higher universe, and say, hey, like, am I supposed to keep going or not? and oftentimes we keep going, and when we have that message, we're like, okay, then there is a reason. And so we find that true reason of why we need to keep going. And that acts as a North Star in our life. And what we do is we align ourselves for that purpose, towards that goal, and we let everything else fall away that we don't need, and we attract everything that is going to build it and come with it, and make us be that like bigger, better, nicer, kinder, more fulfilled person. So we go after our life purpose. And when things get tough, we can always come back to the 3 components that I just talked about: the self-soothing, and handling your emotions, and making sure that you can go through the discomfort, not always feeling good, but having that North Star, right? You just keep at it, and then you build your self-esteem, and you change your love template so that you attract healthy love in your life. And that's how we break cycles. That's how, from the moment we have awakened and we have started saying no, we can stick to our no and create, the yes that we want. And a lot of people that I work with, before working together, they have a huge resistance, because oftentimes, they're still in touch with their family and with the people that that have raised them, and even though they know there is some toxicity and some disagreement, they still love them. And what they often hear from me is that they need to take space, they need to cut ties, right? And even though it is what I often say and what I often, encourage to do, so that you can find and, come back to yourself, it's actually, in 99% of the cases, it does not last. Like, the only reason why I often encourage to, take a step back and just take a break from those confusing, overwhelming relationship, is that you can finally find yourself. You can finally come back to your own voice and to your own intuition, and start trusting yourself again, because through all these years of being exposed to people that did not hear you, did not understand you, mostly because they didn't understand themselves, you have lost you have lost touch with your heart, with your voice, with your intuition. And so the one reason why I say, hey, like, just take a step back is so that you can learn how to trust and you can experiment. But what I'm saying is that by the end of that little break, usually that you take, by having said no, and by having, found the courage to follow your no, you are actually showing your elders, your siblings, people that are looking up to you, that, there is another way. And oftentimes they come back and they ask questions and they apologize. and they're like, I am so sorry, that I was not as strong as you were to, follow my destiny. And really, what I'm in what I'm dedicated to, what my mission is spreading healthy love in this world. And so it's not about like fighting to even separate even more. It's about, fighting for the right thing so that we can come closer. Um, and and so a lot of people, after we work together, like me, like once we have said no to our family, once we have come and followed our path, well, found our path, followed it, and are really living it and strong in it, what happens is that indeed the family can come back, apologize, or understand and ask questions, and then they can also break their own cycles. And sometimes we can reverse things that have happened in the past, that shouldn't have happened. And so that's what happened. We break cycles and we come back to resetting our love template and sharing healthy love. And as I was saying, the one thing I really talk about is Ayurveda. Like, I often offer it as an option to my clients because I know they need it. But what I love in this summit is that we have connected the health of our body to the health of our mind. And that's one big thing too, where, people start seeing how radiant and shining my clients or I have become, because, once you start really taking care and committing to taking care of yourself, you start taking care of your body. And then you can help also heal your parents or your family through that, by giving them advice, by helping them see how to, how it's all connected and how they can do the same. Because I have a lot of my clients too that gets mad at their parents because there is some addiction troubles sometimes, or also some, depression. And so the people they are surrounded by just don't take care of themselves, and it drives my clients crazy. And so we give them tools to be able to handle that. So yeah, thinking back to make sure that I, talked about everything, is that wherever you come from, whatever you have experienced in your life, you have awakened now. If you are looking for answers, you have awakened and you have a path ahead of you. And through all the amazing speakers in this summit, you have different solutions, different ways to get where you want to go. But the commonality is to understand that you have a purpose and, have the strength to embrace it and hire someone, a therapist, a coach, find a friend that will help you move towards that together too, and get to do that. And then learn everything you can about yourself, about your mind, about your emotions, about how you can be that person that you you can be, but that nobody has ever taught you how. And then also look at your relationships and find a way to change the love that you see that is not love. Oftentimes that's what happens, is that people get to me and they're often confused of like, they tell me they love me, but they hurt me. I'm like, yeah, because this is not love. And so, it's about really looking into what can happen outside of your environment. And as I was saying, my clients are often empath. So and codependent, which is that they put others first all the time. And they have been taught that through, again, generation and generation. And that is my story. On my mother's side, we have been taught to always put others first. That's the place of the woman. And on my father's side, the best combination we can have was narcissism and narcissistic traits. And so always being the best and wanting to be put on that pedestal, right? And so that was a perfect combination of not good things. And I've been taught that, and I've repeated that too many times until a point where I was told, no, like there is something better inside of you. And the moment where I was able to say no, and I had to, oh yeah, my thick accent is from France, and now I live in Canada. I had to go 9,000 kilometers away from my family to find myself and to be able to stand in my truth and really understand what was happening and see the patterns and understand what I was saying no to. And so when you can do that, you can then teach others, and become that leader, in your family, in your environment. And that comes by finding yourself and following who you are, and sticking to it. And so yeah, that's the fourth thing I want to leave you with, is that when you have started saying no, stick to your no, know your path, discover your path, and then make sure that you can become your best friend and know how to deal with your emotions, and then build your self-esteem, because you are worthy of everything, of the best thing in the world. And love is what feels right, not what makes you confused. And stick to that. And it sounded a bit all over the place in my presentation. So if you resonated with anything I said, and you want to hear more and want to get some practices to deepen and know which way to follow, I will leave in the chat a masterclass that I ran not too long ago, that will be for free, and you can get more out of it, and also ways to stay connected. But yeah, families and generations, we haven't been taught all this stuff. And so no matter how much we can excuse our parents and the people before us for not knowing better, that doesn't make them right. And so if you have awakened and you are alone, which is when commonalities of every speaker is here also, that we have come down to a low level and we look around and we're like, who can help me? Well, I hope that I may be able to help you if you resonated, or that you will find anybody else in this summit that will, but find that model, find that role model that will help you, and then go for it, because you deserve it. And as a cycle breaker, the whole world needs you to keep sticking to your message and to what your heart and your intuition is telling you. So I know we have to go on a break, but I will let you close, maybe, anybody, or ask any questions if you have any.
Marianne, thank you so much. You know, it's so funny because you have this sweet little voice.
Yes, yes.
But you are dropping dimes. I mean,
Yes. Don't underestimate your message. It was beautiful. It was not all over
Good.
the place for me. I loved every minute of
Very
it.
good.
yeah, I do have one quick question because I wanted to make sure we got your pillars out there. And so I apologize.
Oh no,
I
I will write it down. No worries.
Number 1, self-soothing. Number 2,
Yeah.
self-esteem. What was number 3?
Self-love.
Got you. And then number 4 was self-fulfillment. Yes?
Yeah.
Awesome.
I'm writing it in the chat if you need, but yeah, you got it.
Awesome. I got you.
Good job.
Did anyone else have any questions or comments? PJ, I'm turning it over to you, my love.
Thank you so much. Again, Marianne, no, it was not all over the place. And I love your accent. You're beautiful. Everything about you is beautiful. Don't even worry about it.
You guys.
We have about 8 minutes for a break if anyone wants to take one, or if anyone wants to jump in and give any kind of messages of encouragement, upliftment. Miss Amanda or Lady Poet, if you have anything to say, Miss Kim, Lady Kim, anybody have anything that they want to say to anyone? Marianne, if you have any extra advice you want to give, like now is the time, or we could just take this little quick break and be back at 10:30 to hear our beautiful speaker, Miss Shao. She's up next, and I know that she's going to bring some encouragement to this community. If not, again, we could take our little quick break because we kind of ran a little late because Miss Jen, she showed out today. Man, she showed out. I'm sorry.
Awesome.
It was so empowering.
I just want to say that Marianne, you are fabulous. You're adorable, and I love your accent, and I love your model. The model is perfect. Self-soothing, self-esteem, self-love, self-fulfillment. Beautiful. Good job.
Well, and thank you. And every time I'm part of summits and festivals and, places where we can come together for a certain purpose, that is to help others and help others, get more empowered. Like I'm just mind blown by how many of us have had to figure it out on our own while we ended up with the same message. And so I love that we get connected, and that we can become a network, because I've spoken to another festival not too long ago, and a lot of us have the same message, right? Like there is the same pillars. Our stories are different, and that's one bit, in the time when we work on our purpose, that's something we work on. It's like, as Jennifer was saying before too, like your obstacles are part of your purpose. Like you are here to help others overcome those same obstacles. And so we may have the same purpose, right, as a general thing,
Right.
but our stories will make it unique. And that's the most beautiful thing that Jennifer said too. Like following Jennifer, I'm like, what can I add?
She's a powerhouse, isn't she? I love her.
Marianne, you were fantastic. I loved it.
Thank you.
It was so good.
But it's very true, is that everybody's unique, right? And so your story make you unique, right? And it's about taking that out, and we're all coaches or like in that environment. And that's what I like to also say to my clients, is that yes, it can lead you to be a coach, but it doesn't have to. It can be volunteering, it can be in a job, it can just be for you personally, and you just love your job. But like, it's about living that truth. So yeah, thank you so much, and I'm so happy to be alongside you all.
Thank you, Marianne.
I just want to say that Jennifer and Marianne both had great messages for us. One thing that
Mhm.
stuck out to me the most is that I'm learning the courage of no. And so I love that. So that is my new motto. So I'll be posting that all week on Facebook, the courage of no. So if y'all see it, y'all know I got it from Marianne. I'm gonna post her name next to it. So that is just what I wanted to say. Thank you for that. Jennifer, your message was inspiring to me personally, because of my story. So thank you so much for speaking.
I ditto everybody. I mean, we're all saying the same things in different ways, but the bottom line is Jennifer and Marianne, you guys are amazing. You're awesome, and your messages definitely penetrated and will definitely be going forward to help other people. So I'm just happy that I was able to witness it right here today. So thank you.
I mean, we only have about 3 minutes left, so did you guys want to go ahead and introduce Shal if she's okay with that? Shal, did you want to go in a couple minutes early just to get
Hello,
started?
sorry, I'm just trying to figure out my camera. Can you guys?
So you want to go ahead and
Cassandra. Yeah, Cassandra.
I'm good, but yeah, I mean, you guys tell me if we need a couple of minutes.
Oh, we're just gonna do your introduction, and if you need a couple of minutes, then we can give you a couple of minutes. We'll take a little 2 minute break, you guys, 2 minute break, and then we'll be right back on to introduce Miss Shao and hear her powerful story. I know her story too. I have an advantage over on my co-host because again they jumped on really late. I had the advantage of reading everyone's story over and over again for the past few months, so I kind of have an idea of what they might be speaking about, and I'm a little excited for each person that comes up because I know it's going to be something empowering. Oh, she has her speaker ready, so let me. So whoever's going to introduce Shal, I'm going to turn on my stuff on mute and let you guys have her on the stage. One moment.
All right, we can go ahead and keep this party moving. I have the pleasure of introducing Shal. Shal, I do not want to do this wrong. Can you say your last name for me, please?
So Shalini Tyagaraja. I know it's a tough one.
It is. So I'm gonna call you Shal.
Shal is easy. All good.
I don't want to mess it up. I don't want to mess it up. All right. Shal is a seasoned technology professional with over 20 years of leadership experience, currently working in one of the world's leading technology companies. She is passionate about community teaching and is a certified trauma-informed yoga and meditation instructor, Reiki healer, and IIN health coach. She has coached over 100 individuals in yoga, pranayama, career development, and holistic wellness, while also raising over $1,000 for local nonprofits. As a panelist speaker in Title I public schools throughout a nonprofit, she inspires young girls to pursue STEM fields. As an advisor for her daughter's nonprofit, they have raised over $20,000 for various causes, received coverage in Wall Street and other media, and earned the Congressional Gold Medal, the highest U.S. Congress honor for youth. Shal, you are doing the thing, girl. All right. Shal envisions empowering individuals to connect with their inner compass and deepen their mind body connections. Her podcast aims to share knowledge of holistic wellness and self care by featuring experiences from practitioners around the globe alongside her own journey. She also recently initiated a wellness collective, bringing a compassionate fostering group of global holistic wellness entrepreneurs and practitioners. So I present to you all this morning our next dynamic speaker that we're hearing from, which is Miss Shal. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you so much for that introduction. And I have to say, I mean, I'm just blown away with all of you inspiring speakers, your stories, just resilience, confidence. Oh my gosh. Like, I mean, I don't know. Everybody has spoken so much, and there's so much to learn and get inspired. So first, I also want to say thank you to PJ for giving me this opportunity to be here and to meet all of you wonderful people and listen to all of your stories and get inspired. So, I know today's topic is all about kind of my journey as an immigrant, as a woman of color, just kind of navigating my life and my journey here as a parent, through my career, my tech career, and also finding my purpose. So I think those are really the three things I kind of want to touch on. But definitely, I think the key takeaway that, I want to kind of leave with is, just that power of resiliency and self-belief and what that actually meant, at least in my journey and what I've learned and what I would love to share just through my own experiences. And I actually also want to say what Marianne spoke about, the mind-body connection, is it's almost like a perfect segue into everything that I do as a health coach and what my purpose is and what I want to do impacting lives. So with that, I'm going to just rewind, I'm obviously not telling you the number, but I'll rewind when I was 19 and I came to the United States as an immigrant, and I didn't really know anybody here. I didn't really have family here. But all I knew though was I had a dream. I wanted to come here to, challenge status quo, to do things that when I saw women growing up, because again, I was raised primarily in India, and then I lived in the Middle East for a few years before I came to the United States. And growing up, even just my own mom, those days, just women getting a college degree was a big deal. And she actually got a college degree in English literature, which was a bigger deal. And she was so good. I mean, she was so smart. She could do so much. But the opportunity wasn't there, right? It was more about, yep, she can stay home, raise kids, just look after the family, and that's what she could do, right? So she really could not get out, do what she wanted to do. And I saw a lot of women like that growing up. And all I knew was I didn't want to be that. I wanted to change that for other women. I wanted them to be independent, financially, emotionally, everything. Like they can stand up for themselves. That's what I wanted to do. So when I came here, that's all I knew at 19. Obviously, I was too young. I didn't know much about everything else in life, but I knew that I wanted to be different and I didn't want to do that. And I wanted to be a role model to other girls, to other women to stand up for themselves. So that was my journey. Started when I came here, and I would say it was a new country, new food, new people, new culture, everything. So I almost felt like it was an identity crisis, if you will, where I had to really figure out what I was doing, why I was here, what did I want to do. So a lot of it, right? I mean, I would lie if I wasn't, I was homesick. There were days when I just didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know whether I wanted to be here. All of those emotions, everything kind of went through me, right? But what really helped though was sticking to that goal, because I knew what I wanted to get out of this journey, and I knew why I was here, and I had to fight through that. So each time I kind of fell down or fell apart, I kind of put myself back. Nope, this is what I want to do. There's a reason, and I want to prove this to other women. I want to prove this to other girls. I want to prove it to a lot of other people. So I have to do this. So that's, I think, what really helped me get through my journey. And obviously, I finished my undergraduate degree. I did my master's. I did really well in school, and and then I kind of went through this marriage. It was an arranged marriage. I come from a traditional conservative Indian family, so it was an arranged marriage. I went through that. My husband was already here in Seattle, so I moved here, and so I've been here for over 21 years. So this is home for me, and I would say along this journey, I had two beautiful girls. They're all much older now. My older one is in college. My younger one is almost at the end of high school, going to college. And again, through this journey as well, right? I've always been in the technology industry. So I've been, here, 21 years now through my tech career. And that was another journey in itself, because again, is well, I would say it still is, but things are changing. But when I started, it was definitely a very male-dominated society, and coming in, fighting through imposter syndrome. For one, as a woman, as a girl, like what does this all mean, right? And trying to figure that out in work, in my career, was tough. And there were a lot of days where it meant I had to step out of my comfort zone. It meant I had to be a lot more resilient. I had to believe in myself. I had to show confidence. I had to be out there. I had to speak up for myself. So again, I think all of this again goes back to my initial journey as well, which was figuring out all of this for myself, by myself. And through my career, I felt the same. I felt each time I had to step up and say no when I had to say no. I had to say yes when I had to say yes. It wasn't that simple, or it wasn't that easy. But again, it was a journey. I had to persevere. I had to stay resilient. I had to get through it. And actually the inspiration changed. Like I was saying, when I came here as an immigrant, I'd seen my mom, I'd seen a lot of women who did not get the opportunity. I wanted to prove that wrong. Slowly, when I had two girls, I had to show it to them. I had to stand up for them because I wanted them to see that. I wanted them to go change that for other girls. I wanted them to go change that for other women, right? Because I always feel this is a generational cycle, right? I mean, we got to break that cycle somewhere, and someone has to do it. And so I wanted them to see that. I wanted them to see that when I could do it and when I had a purpose, I want them to do the same. And so for me, I think that was another inspiration that kind of, just stood along the way, right? Although I started my own journey, I felt like now I was inspired with my own girls to speak up and to be that, right? Through my tech career. And it's interesting though, I also have to say, when I interviewed for my job, when I was moving to Microsoft and I interviewed, I still remember this because I can never, forget that, because I was 7 months pregnant and I walked to this interview, and it was interesting because my husband was like, oh, you should apply, you should go try this job. And I said, looking at that job description, which honestly, men would never do, but I did. Looking at that job description, I looked at it and I told my husband, oh my God, I don't even think I have half of these skills. I'm not even going to the interview. He said, no, you're just gonna go. You may get it or not, but you're gonna give it a shot. And honestly, I was like, oh my God, I'm also pregnant. I don't even think they're gonna look at me and give me this job. And again, he said, you're gonna just go try. Let's just do what we can control, right? And I actually did, right? So I went to this interview, I walked in, and I go into this room. It was a panel of 5 men. And I was like, oh my God, like I had all these butterflies in my stomach as I walked in. I was like, oh my God, this is not gonna happen. This is a disaster, all of that stuff. Oh my God, the self-belief, the self-doubt was at its peak there, right? So, but I walked in, I did the interview, I was myself. Obviously I went through all of that, technical interview and everything. And then I was like, oh my God, I don't think I'm gonna get this thing, right? So I remember 2 days after, I get a call and I'm like, oh my God, I'm gonna pick this thing up. I actually got the job. And I was like, oh my God, that just completely changed everything with my self-doubt, with my, oh my God, I'm not gonna do this thing, my confidence, everything, right? And of course, a huge thanks to my spouse who actually pushed me to get out there, because I don't think I would have, honestly, because I just didn't think I could do this. And I tell that to my girls. I tell that to them because I tell them to do the same now, right? Every time they think about an opportunity and they're like, I don't think I can do it. I'm like, nope, you're going to give it a shot, because let's not say no before we even know something, right? Because I think that's so important for women to know. I just feel like half of us just lose opportunities that way because we just don't even give that a shot. But trust me, when I talk to my guy friends, they never think that way. They don't sit and read every job description and think, oh, I meet all my 10 things on that list. No. They're like, oh yeah, I got it. They may probably not even have like 2 skills on that thing. But they're like, no, I can talk my way, right? So it's so different. again, I mean, I could say this because women are just wired like that, or whatever. We go through our own generational cycles. We grow up in different environments. We have our own stigma that we all bring, or societal whatever that's put, on us. We all come from different places. So I came from that place where I just didn't have that confidence. But today, when I mentor so many other girls, when I mentor so many other women, I know that they need to change that. I know they need to change that narrative. We can't be the same. We all have to change this. So I just feel like a lot of the speakers, obviously, before me talked about belief, self-esteem, confidence, resilience. It all comes together because that's what it is. So that was, I would say, just an experience I wanted to share, because I'll quickly kind of pivot into why all of this translated to where I'm at right now, and why I coach, why, I get into this whole mind-body connection. Because so I went through all of that, right, in my own tech career. And yes, today I can say, I'm a director at Microsoft. Yes, I'm successful, all of that. But, it's funny, we all talk about, I'm not sure if you've all seen this visual, right, where it's like the tip of the iceberg is success. People never see what's down there. There's a lot below that, right? There is anxiety, there's shame, there's self-doubt, there is, I don't trust myself, I'm overwhelmed, everything, right? But people just kind of see that tip, but there's so much below that, right? And so for me, when I started talking to so many other women, and I started like mentoring young girls, because again, my girls went through this themselves. They used to go to these robotics classes. They used to go to like some of these, advanced math classes. They didn't see a lot of girls. So it still happens. It's still out there. Yes, we're changing the story a little, but I still feel there's a long way to go, especially in other countries. There's a long way to go with women, with girls. So when I see that with my own girls, right, so that led me to go coach, to go to some of these nonprofits where there are girls in STEM, like talk to them, figure out what's going on, right? Like, and that's when I realized there's a lot to do. And for me, my other wellness journey, or the mind-body connection and that journey that Marianne talked about, right? I discovered that because going through all of this, to be honest, I was overwhelmed. I mean, there were days, and my spouse used to travel quite a bit for work, and I had 2 young kids, and oh my gosh, like I had to manage my career, I had to manage home, I had to manage kids. And there's always this thing, oh, women can do it all because they can just multitask. Well, no, we're humans too. Like we break. There's a point where, and again, there's a societal expectations, right? Because I come from this Asian, Indian, whatever, like the background, right? Where it was like, oh, women need to focus, they need to be the best parent, they need to be the best mom. Well, yeah, I can be all of that, but I also want to be independent. I also want to have my career. I also want to do that. But how do I do it all? There's no do it all. I can never like be this perfect everything. Something has to give. So that's when, for me, I think the whole wellness journey began, right? Because I wanted to find a tool. I wanted to find something that could help me find that connection with my mind body, find my emotional control, find how I could manage all of this. That's when a friend of mine, like I would say, 10 years ago, took me to this yoga class, and I said, oh my God, there's no way I can do this thing, because I'd seen all these perfect social media posts and everybody doing so wonderful in all these poses, whatever, right? And I was like, oh, I don't even think I can do half of it. Again, this was the self-doubt creeping in, and she was like, nope, just give it a shot. So I went to try this yoga class. A couple of months in, I would say, maybe even, 6 months maybe, something clicked. There was something, with the breath work, with the meditation, with all of that, that helped me see something, just within myself that I never saw. And that's when I realized, wow, like when I was managing my kids, obviously much younger at that time, of course, I used to get frustrated. Of course, there was all these emotions because I'm running around like every day, through this corporate job, through this tech job filled with stress. And then I go pick them up, and then I'm cooking, I'm doing all of this stuff. And like, of course, I had to vent it out somewhere. Where was I venting this out, right? I mean, it used to be my kids. like it or not. And yes, my spouse used to travel quite a bit. So where no one was available, where do I go take all of this out? Right? And then I realized through all of this, when I was doing a lot more breath work, I would say also started on that spiritual journey. I was going a lot more inward. I was trying to, I don't know, get to a different place in my life, right? With all of this wellness. And then I realized I could manage my emotions. I could do better. I could do better with my kids. I didn't have to rent it out just on them. I could figure out different avenues, right? And that's when meditation, breath work, everything gave me a completely different perspective on managing myself and being a better person, being available, whether that was emotionally, whether that was physically, everything. Like, how could I be that better person? So that's when my wellness journey began. And I would say slowly through that journey, a few years down the lane, I said, you know what, maybe I should get certified in yoga. Again, to be honest, it wasn't about teaching, but for me, it was more about learning deeper about what I was doing in all these classes. So I got certified in yoga, I got certified in breath work, meditation, all of this. I didn't really know like if I wanted to teach, but I had a couple of friends who said, oh my God, you should just teach a few of us. And I said, okay, I'm gonna give it a shot. So I just taught a couple of them. Honestly, it was like word of mouth from there. And I didn't even see myself when I was teaching more than like 50, 70, whatever people at a point in time. And I was doing all this on the weekend, right? Because again, I had a full-time job, I had 2 young kids, I had to do it all. But I don't know, there was a point in time I felt like that was passion, that was purpose. I felt like I was impacting lives. When people used to send me a note or they used to say, oh my God, like what you did actually helped me get to a better place or changed my life or changed how I was thinking. I felt there was purpose in all of this. And that's how I would say my journey into coaching, all of that started. And, of course, I would say, last year it took a little backseat when my daughter was like going to college and all of that, just from the teaching perspective, I would say. And then actually, even before that, COVID happened. So I had to kind of move everything virtually. So yes, I mean, just the whole, I would say, breadth and the number of classes and all of that, kind of reduced a bit because online was hard to teach teenagers, to teach, different age groups. It was a little more difficult to do all of that online. So that took a little turn, I would say. And then last year I took a little kind of backseat from just teaching because I want to just spend a little more time with my daughter, etc., before she, kind of moved and went out to college. But of course, my own learning and all of that never stopped. I mean, it still continues, right? But last year, I would say, or mid of last year, I suddenly said, you know what, maybe it's time for me to just experiment, get out there, go on like social media, do all of this, right, with my whole coaching thing. So I got out there on social media. And then, I also started this whole wellness podcast. And again, I think all of my life, I would say, has been this whole spiritual journey, if you will, which is I've been doing a lot of things out of intuition because I feel like there's this force just saying or guiding me to do something after another, right? And today, when I look back, a lot of those things, I didn't know if I was ready, but I did it because there was a force that was guiding me, which is telling me, do this. Maybe this is what my purpose is. And so this whole coaching journey and getting out of this podcast, I didn't even know, honestly, how to start a podcast. I was sitting there on a weekend thinking, wow, maybe I should start a podcast because it'll be a way to get my journey, get my story out there to empower more girls, empower more women, right? And also empower others on this journey of self-discovery and just connecting within themselves. So that's how I started that podcast, literally on a weekend, thinking how to do this, going up online, looking it up, just started this podcast. And today, I would say in the last 4 months since I started this, there's like over 350 subscribers. I've like interviewed several wellness practitioners around the world, including international guest speakers, and I love it when people reach out, tell me, oh my gosh, I actually learned something from this podcast, or this helped me change something for my, in my own life. And I also continue to do one-on-one coaching. I've been doing a lot of workshops here in person in Seattle, but I'm also doing workshops, just collaborating across the world with other wellness practitioners on how we can do, virtual workshops or just getting the message out there, impacting more lives, just through collaborating. And I don't see this as a competition. I feel like we all have something to give. We all have a different energy. We all bring something unique in our own stories, in our own journeys. And I think it's important to make a difference in people's lives. And you never know who's going to make that difference, and when you bring these journeys and energies together, it could just be something that we'll never know. And again, if we don't get out there, we will never know. So to me, a lot of this is all connected to this journey of resilience, of self-belief, or building self-confidence, or even just bringing that self-esteem, right? And giving yourself some grace. So I think, when I try to summarize all of this, and I want to tell the audience, right, because my topic really was from those immigrant dreams to corporate heights and to, parenting and all of it. What does that journey of resilience and self-belief look like, right? So when I want to really break this down, as I just leave with some takeaways, number one, growth mindset. We all know life's gonna throw curveballs, right? I mean, none of us are gonna get through this like with no problems or challenges. We're all gonna go through it. It's inevitable. And first thing when I say growth mindset, I want to say each time we have those challenges, I want each of us to just ask ourselves, what can I learn from this? Is it teaching me something? Is the universe telling me something? For me, I can relate to that whole, like I was telling you about my wellness journey or how that whole thing even started, because I felt like the universe was calling me, was telling me to go to this yoga class or to go try out something. Because I didn't know, I was at a place where, I would say a dark place, because I didn't know how to manage kids. I didn't know how to manage career. I didn't know how to bring this all together. And people or the society telling me, oh, I'm this perfect mom. Oh, like I need to be this perfect woman. I had to do everything so well. Like there was no way I could break down. I didn't know how to live up to that, right? So there was that space and that place I reached at a point. And I felt like the universe was telling me, go figure out the whole wellness thing. Go figure out how you can help yourself, because nobody else can. Sometimes there's this journey within you, within yourself. You need to go. You need to go into that space. You need to discover that for yourself. Everybody else can only give you external validation. They can only tell you all of this. But you need to figure out your internal journey. So anyway, for me, that's what that was. So number one, growth mindset. Anytime you see yourself there and you see those challenges, ask yourself, what can I learn? What's the universe telling me? How can I grow? Number two, I would say self-compassion. I always feel, or at least I felt this, again, maybe it was a societal thing. It was where I came from, all of that from my background. But I always felt women never thought much about self-care. Women never thought much about self-compassion. And I think that's so important. We are important. Each one of us are important. Because if you don't give yourself that, you cannot help a third person. You can never help anybody. Forget your spouse, forget your children, forget whoever, right? But if we don't have that self-compassion, we can never help anybody else. So to me, that's number two. Number three for me is having strong support networks. I think that community, that cohort, if you look at some of the documentaries, I don't know if any of you watched the Blue Zones, happiest countries in the world. You know what they all have in common? They have a community. They have a trusted cohort. They have trusted people around them. That's what the happiest countries in the world. All of the surveys, that's what it says. Finland has been number one, whatever, in the happiest countries for a long time. They all have a community. They have a trusted space around them. They could literally open their door and just walk out because they know their neighbors are there. Like, that's that community, right? And I know in the past, at least, generations, we all had this community living. We had like this joint family. I had like, even when I was growing up as a child back in India, like I had my grandparents, I had my cousins, like We had this big family. We don't have that anymore. There's like nuclear families. We're all doing our own thing. People never make that effort to build that strong support network. So to me, I would say that's a third important thing. Just find your cohort, find that support group, whoever that is for you. Number 4, I would say break it down to small, achievable goals. Because I feel like that's another thing we all struggle with. We all want to go like, oh my God, like I want to climb this mountain. Yes, we can. But you got to start small. You got to start somewhere. So I feel like, at least in my journey, that's been another big thing that I've worked on. I would say another big thing, actually, as I almost close this, right? So when I just went through my health coach training recently, and I just got certified through the Integrative Nutrition Institute. One of the key things I learned, and this was new to me, and I don't know if this is new to a lot of you here, but I learned about something called primary foods and secondary foods. Primary foods, they talked about 4 different categories. Number 1 was relationships, right? Which we kind of talked about and the importance of it. Number 2 is about career or financial independence. Like, how are you independent where you're not dependent on somebody else? And especially for women. Number 3, they talk about movement, so physical health and why that's important. Number 4, they talk about spirituality. So again, spirituality means different things to different people, right? It's not a religious belief, but spirituality is more about going inwards, connecting within yourself. Again, I know I touched a bit on this, but if you don't do that for yourself, you will not be able to help anybody. So to me, it was very interesting through my health coaching just to learn about those 4 different things, which was called as primary foods. And guess what they called as secondary food? That's a food you put on your plate. But your primary food is so much more important. Yes, they all go hand in hand. Of course, what you eat is also important. But all these other things, your soul foods, I call those soul foods, but your soul foods are so important to build your resilience, to build your self-belief, to build your self-esteem, your confidence, to really build you. And I think it's so important to build yourself. So that's how I would like to leave or end this conversation. And hopefully that was helpful and you got something out of my journey.
Oh my God, Shal, thank you so much. That was so beautiful. I mean, you overcame so much, and I appreciate you coming to my summit and just expressing to the, everyone how to process and how to grow, even when everything looks like it's against you. Like when I first read your bio, I'm like, oh my goodness, I have to have her. Because I remember when you emailed me at first, you weren't sure if I would even want you on my platform, but anyone coming over any type of adversity is beautiful. And your cause, everything about you, just as I had to have you on the show. So I'm so grateful to you for being on my show. Thank you so much. I know you have to jump off, but thank you for sharing your time with me. If you could come back on and see the rest of the show, you're welcome. And if not, we'll be in touch because I might want to have you on my podcast.
Absolutely. Yes. And if any of you here, I mean, obviously like wellness practitioners, know anybody's interested, etc. Right. I mean, I'm happy to just share the links in the chat, but I mean, there's a form, just fill it out. I would love to.
Yes, please share anything. Put it in the chat and we'll make sure anyone who wants to be on Shal's podcast, anyone who wants to share their story or their journey with her, please don't hesitate. Click her link. Yes. She'll reach out to you guys and make something happen because we all have to share our story and this community is about helping. So
yes,
please.
And I would love for you all to even subscribe to the podcast because I just started it like 4 months ago and give me any feedback. Yes, it was just like 4 months ago, right? Like when I didn't know what is a podcast. So that's how I literally started. And I think, again, this all goes back to all of those other stories is like, don't let anybody tell you no, don't let anybody say you can't do it because you don't know till you do it.
Yes.
It's just as simple as that.
Thank you so much.
Yes. So thank you so much for having me here. And I loved all of the other inspirational stories here as well. And I mean, thank you. Appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
Charles, social media information as well.
Thank you. Absolutely. I will put everything in the chat. Yes, I will.
1 second. I want to say something to 2 people that have jumped onto the YouTube link. My she's not my real mother, but she's my mom. Donna English, Miss Cassandra, you said something to her when she made a comment on the post. That's my mom. She's gonna make me cry even being on here. That woman, when I was with my ex-husband, when my babies were babies, that woman pulled me in and she loved me so hard the way no one has ever loved me. That's the first mother that I've had. And the fact that I looked in the comments and I saw that she was watching, that made me nervous. So Donna, Mama Donna, I love you. Mwah. Thank you for tuning in. Oh my God, you guys thought I was nervous, but now you're gonna start seeing me stumble over my words because she's my mom. That's who my kids call Nana. That's the woman who showed me how to mother my own kids. And the fact that she's supporting me on this, I cannot see her on there and not acknowledge that I know that she's on there. And then my daughter, Ajanique, she's the one that posted that really long, beautiful comment. My family, they've been supporting me through this because they know my story. My mama Donna was there when I was with my ex-husband. She's seen a lot of the abuse that I had to go through, and she encouraged me to leave so many times. She would come and take care of me and help heal my wounds and take care of my babies when I was not able to get out of the bed. She was like the one and only person that was there for me. So I wanted to acknowledge that I see you. I love you. I promise one day I will go back to California to visit you. Just, I don't like it there. And thank you so much for supporting me on this. I love you. Okay.
All right, then. So we're just going to move along to our next guest. So let's talk about Miss Pearl Knapp Chiarenza. Awesome. She is best known for helping women in authentically putting themselves first without guilt, which is one of the things most women do. Professionally, she is known as a transformational life coach, author, and speaker that helps women become the shero of their life, providing one-on-one as well as group coaching, weekly community shero meetings, and yearly women's pajama retreat. I like that. She loves empowering women to put on their shero cape and assume the superpower of positive mindset despite any challenges that life throws your way. She is a published author in books Behind Her Brand, Volume 6, Behind Her Weight Loss Success Factor, Yes, God Against All Odds, Every Day, Women Guide to Mindset of a Successful Woman, and soon to be released Beyond Skin Deep, Stories of Intercultural Adoptions. She has been married to her Chuck for 35 years and is a mom of 2 boys, Matt, forever 25, and Nate, 23. Pearl is exceptionally honored to have received a day named after her in Syracuse, New York as well. So without further ado, let's introduce Miss Pearl.
Thanks, Kimberly, so much. I'm so excited to be here with all of you guys. Thanks for putting this together, PJ. I've been listening, hopping on here or there. It's been amazing. And I'm honored to come and share with you guys today. And I want to talk about how you can step into what I call your shero self. And we're going to talk about what a shero is in just a minute. As you heard the introduction, I am a mental fitness life coach. I'm an author, international speaker, and I'm also a retreat facilitator. However, about 10, 12 years ago, if you had asked me who I was, I probably would have told you I was a mom, a wife, a volunteer. I would have told you all the titles that I wear. So put a 1 in chat if you think and felt at one point in your life you were a title and that you weren't who you were beautifully made. You weren't Linda, you weren't Jennifer, you weren't Kimberly. You were these moms and all these titles, right? It took me deciding to do a shift in my business. You see, I was just a health and wellness coach. I had many clients would come in and see me at a clinic that I worked at. And oftentimes the clinic owner's own clients would end up on my calendar because they liked my approach. If they came in and had something that wasn't on plan, I was like, well, let's talk about like, why did you choose to have that cupcake? Why did you choose to not have the water? What was happening in the mindset? Because truly, and I was just talking with a client before I hopped on here, it really is the mindset that helps us to be successful. Because you can go and do a weight loss surgery, you can go and get your hair cut to make your, Botox, all these things. But if you don't help what's between our ears, that mind, who is your best friend and worst enemy, can play so many different tricks on you, can sabotage and help you judge yourself and know what you deserve. And so in 2015, I had clients that were like, Pearl, will you talk to my friend? Like, they don't need to lose weight, but you're so great at listening and giving great advice and coach me through why I was turning to these things. So I found myself on this journey of having many tea dates because I don't drink coffee. And I was sitting there going, okay, God, what am I going to do about this? Because I'm doing this for free and my time is valuable. I was learning at that time as well. And so one day I realized in doing this course that I took at the end of 6 weeks, it was an identity and destiny course. I realized I was still saying I was these titles because we had to give our I am statement. So I was like, what have I done for 6 weeks? Like, did I not learn anything? Like, why can't I get past this thing of titles? So I was walking to a meeting one day at a network group and I happened to see this beautiful rock on the ground. God told me to pick up the rock. So I picked up the rock, put it in my pocket, didn't think nothing about it. Went to this meeting and somebody asked me to do something for them. And how many of you put it to in chat when you say no to something, you feel guilty? You feel like, oh, they're going to think I'm selfish if I say no. They're going to think I don't like them if I say no, right? I can tell you I probably had a 2 with exclamation marks on that. So here was the thing. This person asked me to do something around helping fundraise for animals. My hand slowly went past this rock in my pocket. I still say it was divine intervention. And I went, no, and it came out literally like that, you guys. No, I can't do that. And I was like, oh, shoot, that feeling came out. First of all, I didn't want to say it like that, but for whatever reason, it was like that bolt, that jolt of saying, I have to say no. And so that was my first day of realizing I had to start saying no to things. So I made a commitment with this rock that I was going to move this rock 3 times in a day by saying no to something. When I got home at the end of the day, had I not said no to something 3 times, I had to either email, call, or text somebody to tell them no to something. You see, I was figuring out through this journey, I was becoming such a people pleaser that you probably could ask me to come organize your sock drawer and I would have helped you. Don't go look at my sock drawer right now. It's not very organized. But that's how I was showing up for others, but not for me. I was such a people pleaser. And as women, we do that often. And when I look back and sort of did this audit of how and where did it started young because my granny from generational, it's handed down to me because she did everything for everybody. And then when my mom had us kids, my dad was in Vietnam War. She was having to take care of us. We didn't get to stay on base when my dad went off to war. So we were moving all over. So I was helping taking care of my siblings. So it started at a young age. And then when I got married and we started having kids, this time, we have to work a lot out of the house and try to balance family. So we're trying to do everything that we lose ourselves. And so as I went on this journey to saying no, I found I became stronger and be able to say no. And as I became stronger, I found I was less stressed out. I was so much happier at night. How many of you put a 3 in chat if you woke up in the middle of the night because, oh my gosh, I forgot to text that person. I forgot to make that meal for my kid. I didn't order the cupcakes to bring to the PTA meeting. Those things can keep you up at night. And therefore, you are more stressed out. And as our previous speaker was saying, you don't show up the way you want to for the things in life that are important for you. So as I became happier, I became more empowered. I became decided I wanted to do more than just the health coaching. I started to go on this life coaching journey and getting certified to become a life coach. I decided I also wanted to share my stories, hence why I've done so many different books and shared in chapters. And the really neat thing is as I became empowered, I started showing up in rooms more of what I call that radiant glow up. Like people would look and go, Pearl, did you lose weight? Like, did you cut your hair? What's different about you? There was nothing different other than I was finally putting myself first. And then what happened? I started walking that original self. You see, growing up, I did not like my name. My name, as you heard, my maiden name was Nap. I was short, so I was called Pearl Go Take a Nap, Pearl Belly, Pearl Harbor, everything you could think of. I would come home at night and cry to my mom, please change my name. She's like, no, your name is 3 generations old. You have to embrace it. So now as I went on this journey, I started embracing who I was. And as I did that, I realized that growing up, I wanted to be an elementary school teacher. I never got to go on that path. But here I was deciding to start paying it forward and to start teaching and sharing my message to other women who, like me, are people pleaser or think we have to control everything or think that we have to come last so that everybody thinks that we care about them. And so I want to share with you today a story about that. I want to dive more in that with you. As you heard, I have an amazing support team. I've been with my husband now 40 years, and we've been married 37 years. And I actually asked him to marry me, which is a fun story. I could tell you another time we meet one-to-one. But we had a 10-year journey of having kids. And so our oldest son, Matthew, we adopted him at a month old. That's why I say he's born of my heart. And then our younger son, Nate, came along through infertility. So for 10 years, we had tried to have a family. So you can imagine when the boys came along, how much even more of a people pleaser I wanted to be there for my kids, because that's how I was showing up for them. And so therefore, as I figured out that I love my kids, I love my husband, but I have to love me first so I can be there for them. So COVID happened 2022, or a little bit more, so 2021. And I started realizing as I was into this journey of helping and coaching women, I started watching online many women, so put a 4 in chat if this resonates with you, were feeling overwhelmed because they had to become school teachers at home for their kids. Their spouse or partner were home all day long with them. And we love our spouse and partner and our kids, but 24/7, 7 days a week is overwhelming. I called it, I need a Calgon take me away moment, but I'm not allowed to leave my house. So what do I do? So I decided to start a 30-day self-care challenge. And in that self-care challenge, it was that you did something every day for yourself, no matter what was happening. And so it could be going and taking a bath, going and reading a book. It could be self-care, sitting down and watching a fun little cartoon with your kids or a movie with your family. It could be anything like that, something you could do in the house. But every Sunday evening from 8 to 9 p.m. Eastern time, we would get together and we would talk about how that felt that week. We would talk about the weight of the guilt that we're still feeling because I'm taking time out of my day to go sit in my bathtub, read a book, take a nap, right? We would talk about that. We would celebrate the highs of the week. We would overcome the challenges of the week and anything in between. So at the end of 30 days, everybody's like, well, what are we going to do now? And that's where my Shiro League came from. Because I found that so many women need to step up to become stronger, happier, empowered, radiant, and original self, especially with the unknown of what we were in the middle of the pandemic for. Now, I have to tell you that when I started this program in the middle of a pandemic, I never realized that my own personal pandemic was going to show up, that I was going to need them to help me get through. You see, in 2022, in July, we lost our son, Matthew, in a tragic car accident. And we are just a unit of 4. We don't live near family. We have our extended friends and everything. We're a unit of 4. The tough part about that loss was also that nobody came and gave me the knock at the door. We found out in the news that our son had passed away. And there were some things that came along with that. Matthew made a bad choice to drink and drive, but because of his nationality, we felt that there were some things that were held back, and that's why we didn't get the knock at the door. We can't prove it, but we know in our hearts what that was about. So that added another burden about how he was treated in his passing. And so I had to reach out to my support team. I had to reach out to my Shiro ladies because I didn't know how I was going to get up and get through that day. And if you've ever felt like you don't know how to get through a day and you need that team or you have that Shiro team for yourself, I want you to put a 5 in chat. I want you to recognize that Shiro team that you have. Because truly that team is what has helped carry me through. In the middle of all that, you heard in there that I had gotten an honor of an award in Syracuse, New York. I live in Tampa, Florida, you guys. Why Syracuse, New York was wanting to honor me, I had no idea. But when I look back at it, when I said yes, they called me in the middle of like planning Matt's funeral, getting everything together, people coming in. I'm like, yes, I'll be there. About 2-3 weeks later, I was like, what did I say yes to? Syracuse, New York is where my grandfather had gone to college. He was such a big part of our adoption journey and having our boys that I knew that he was showing up there for that reason. So I decided to go in and take that honor in the honor of my son, Matt. In the middle of all of that, my Shiro team and my relying on putting myself first was why I knew I had to keep doing what I'm doing. October this past year, our younger son got married. So we now have 2 girls, 2 ladies that are in our life because our son Matthew was dating an amazing young lady. Her name was Brittany, who already had a little girl named Evie. And he loved them dearly. So they became a permanent part of our life. And now our son Nate was getting married last October. In the middle of 2 hurricanes, you guys, here in Florida, we had our family was expanding. But every day I have to show up for myself. I have to understand that my I am statement is who I am, that I am an amazing person that wants to make a change and imprint on this world to show and speak to you and others that we have to put ourselves first because we have to know who we are at the core so that we can show up the way we want to for our family, our friends, our career, our business, whatever that is for you, you have to know what that is. Because the one thing that I do with my clients is I teach them and coach them to understand that no is a complete sentence. We often feel so guilty when we say no. We let all those thoughts tell us all the things I was saying earlier. But on the count of 3, I want you to unmute yourself. And if you're listening to us sitting in a car or you're sitting next to somebody, I want you to disrupt their day because you can say no with a smile on your face. On the count of 3, I want you to unmute and I want you to yell the word no with the biggest smile on your face, like I just handed you $1 million. So here we go. 1, 2, 3.
No!
No! See, did that hurt? That did not hurt. That smile, when you look at that smile. So I want you to know that saying no can lead to you becoming that Shiro, can lead to you becoming stronger, lead to you being happier in your life, lead to you being empowered, radiant, and original self. And if you have young women in your life, or even young men, because men can be Shiros too, because sometimes we have men that don't know how to say no as well. I want you to teach them this because life becomes more stressful with each passing year. And that impact and that stress, especially for a people pleaser, can cause us so many different serious health challenges and issues to our happiness. And much of that stress is truly about creating new habits, understanding that, like I said, your mind is your best friend, your worst enemy. Having this switch off that you can say, if I'm about to let my brain tell me something not good, you could turn off the switch. Because I want you to imagine your life is less stressful. I want you to imagine that you have more happiness in your life. I want you to imagine that as you step into becoming this Shiro self, you're going to have so many different aspects of your life, your performance, you're going to break habits, you're going to create new amazing patterns. And the world is such an amazing place to explore. Oftentimes I get asked, how do I start? Where do I start? I want you to just start fresh. Just start fresh. Like if you can feel like life is unpredictable right now and unfulfilling and it's boring, then it's definitely time for a fresh start. Because I'm going to tell you, making a change, it's not about turning your life upside down. It's about picking one thing and starting with that. It's about the opportunity to stand back and revise the current way you're living your life. I want you to practice saying yes, but I want it to be yes to yourself. I want you out of your comfort zone. I want you to do something different that maybe you haven't done. For me, it was ziplining. My girlfriend will tell you, well, her ziplining didn't count. Listen, I was above the ground. I was on a zip line. That counted. I was scared to death of ziplining. I don't know if I'll go higher than that, but I did it. But I want you to think about when was the last time you tried something out of your comfort zone that challenged you? Because I want you to be open to new experiences. I want you to say yes to yourself and choose things that make you feel good. Now, how do you do that? Now, when I work with my clients, I tell them this next part, it's going to take you 6 weeks. So we're not going to get it all done right now, but I want you to think about this. If you had to give me 10 things that make you happy, what would they be on that joy list? Now you can tell me getting up in the morning and seeing the sun brings you joy. That's great. Me too, because it means I get another opportunity to share my message. But why is that sun so important for you to wake up to? You can tell me your kids make you happy. That's great. Why? I can tell you my son, Matthew, he made me happy because he just had this love for life. He was somewhat of an empath like I was. He actually used to tell us, I don't think I'm going to live past 25. And he was 25 when he passed, you guys. We used to say, don't manifest that. We talked about that all the time, but he was all about numbers. And I don't know, him and God maybe had a little conversation. And I was honored to have him along with my husband and my son, Nate, for 25 years. But why about your kids make you happy? I can tell you my son, Nate, what makes me happy about him. He's such an introvert, but yet he can show you so much fun things to do as an introvert, like building computers, like having amazing conversations that I think sometimes I'm talking with generational old people. So think about what makes you happy. Maybe you're a hairdresser like one of my clients. She's like, I just love cutting hair. That's great. I can go to the $5 barber and get my hair cut if I want to. Why come to you does it help me and help to make you happy? And as we went through it, she explained at the end as we really worked through it, because what I want you to think about is when you write down what makes you happy, I want you to ask, well, why does that make you happy? I want you to question why that next statement makes you happy. Because at the end of the day, what we figured out with her for cutting hair was that, and think about this, you guys, we tell our hairdressers everything. Think about, and if you do that, put a number 6 in chat. Because we sit down in our hairdresser's chair, she said, and we come in, and sometimes we've got a lot on our mind. We can sit in the chair, we can release it, and guess what? We walk out with a brand new do, and we feel so happy. We're freshly done over. We can walk out with a smile on our face. So that's what made her happy. So I want you to challenge yourself. I want you to this week write down 3 things that make you happy. And then I want you to pick one thing to work on it for the next 30 days. But here's the thing, it's not easy to do that because there's your not to-do list. There's things you have to put on your not to-do list in order to enjoy those things that make you happy. We do all these lists, get the stuff done for the kids, go grocery shopping, call that person, take care of my to-do list for my business or my work. But what about the not to-do list? Because once you start saying yes to the things that make you feel good and you practice saying no, you have to do your stop doing list. Things like that you have no control over. What's your energy draining things and tasks that you can eliminate for your life? Saying that you're not worthy. Saying that you're not pretty. You are beautiful. You are made the way you're supposed to be made because only one person did that. Stand in front of the mirror if you feel like you're not beautiful, naked, and take a couple of weeks and find something on your body that makes you feel beautiful. You know, Megan Trainor did that with her therapist. And finally, she was like, I have this little role here because I gave birth to my son. I could tell you, I all of a sudden after my son passed had these little crow things on my eye. And I realized that was from the tears that I cried at the loss of my son, Matthew. And then later, I found more that they're the happy tears of my son, Nate, getting married. So think about the things that you have to put on a list that free up so that lets your heart soar. And then what I want you to do is I want you to start talking about decluttering your life. Look around you like that junk drawer of life. It can be scrolling on your phone. It can be limiting beliefs. It can be bad lifestyle habits. I want you to start decluttering it and releasing it. And if you need a mentor or coach, reach out. Put something in the comments if you need to put something in the comments. If you need help, reach out to me because I would love to talk to you and give you a free mini coaching session on doing some of these things. But the other thing is you have to say no to fear. Fear definitely is false evidence appearing real. And that's the most empowering thing is to get out of the rut and walk away from the fear because it stops you from taking risks, whether they're big or small. It makes you afraid to try anything new, and it holds you back from reaching your goals. So I want to ask you this. How are you going to turn your situations into kittens? Because we look at these big things like this big lion around us, holding us back and we're scared. But once you assess exactly why you are afraid and whether there really is a good reason to be afraid, I want you to likewise look at the contingency plans for coping and mechanisms. Because you deserve to be strong, and self-care is truly about prioritizing your own well-being and recognizing that taking care of yourself is essential for a happy and fulfilling life. You deserve to be happy. You deserve to have and feel a sense of satisfaction, of contentment, fulfillment, and practices that help you engage in that. You deserve to be empowered. You deserve to be recognizing that you have the ability to take control of your own life, your own well-being, and make choices that support your growth, your healing, and your overall health. And you deserve to be radiant. You deserve to walk in rooms and people be like, wow, who is that? What's happening with you? I want to be around her. Because when you start doing that, you become that original self and you are open to new experiences. You start listening to your own inner voice and you start creating a self-care routine that's uniquely yours. So I want to leave you with this. If tomorrow, for some reason, we don't have the honor of having you here with us, and all we can say as your friends and your family at your eulogy is what we saw you do for yourself, what would they say? And if 10 people cannot say something different, I would love to chat with you. Because I will tell you, once I started grasping this, my friends and family will tell you, I sit at my front porch swing and I will journal in the morning. I will go for a walk. I might hop on an airplane and go visit a friend. I'll go away to the beach because I live in Tampa, Florida. I'll go hang out at the beach for a staycation. But they will tell you they see me do something more than just my title. Because I promise you, whether you work in a career, you own a business, somebody's going to slide into your seat. And if you own a business, unless you're leaving to somebody else, somebody's going to find another coach to go work with. And your family is going to figure out how to do laundry, how to clean a house. But they're never going to be able to understand how the day you pass changes a book for living life differently when you're no longer here. So if you want to learn more about some of what I do and what I coach on and dive deeper into what I shared, I put my information in the chat. I do have a free quiz you can take on where you stand in your mental fitness, whether you're a people pleaser, a controller, how you show up in your life. But you can also grab one of my mini coaching sessions. And if you go to the link and you grab the mini coaching session, if you put the word Shiro in, I will give you a free 30-minute call. And I'm just honored to be here with you today. And I want to leave you with this, that when you come into this world, we're a rough shell of an oyster. But as you start doing this work and applying what we're hearing today that PJ has put forward with some amazing speakers, you're going to open up your shell and you are going to find your inner Shiro of a pearl inside. I hope you guys got some good tidbits today.
Thank you so much, Pearl, for coming and sharing your story with us. Shiro, that's kind of my motto. I love that Shiro thing. You know, that's a she hero, and that makes because I made myself a theme song, you guys. I'm gonna put it out there, and it's called Hero. And I got that song, but when I got that song, it reminded me of Miss Pearl because she interviewed on my podcast. That's how we met, you guys. So I've heard this story about her losing her son. We're both a part of the same unfortunate club of parents who, you know, had to lose their child, and that kind of is what clicked us in the first place because we have that experience. But it's the Shiro part that's kind of like, oh, I don't know if you guys watched She-Ra when you guys were kids, He-Man's alternate, but that's kind of what that reminds me of is She-Ra. But Pearl, you said you had a quiz. Anything that you have, drop it in the chat. We'll make sure that everybody can access that. And because we want to make sure anybody can have anything that they need to be able to contact you.
Yep, it's all in a chat, and as well as my podcast. And my podcast just changed from Conversations with Pearl to Soulful Self-Care Conversation. So if you want to be interviewed, you can click the link as well. I'd love to interview all of you on my show.
Okay, yes, anybody who's interested, I might be interested, Pearl, to jump on your podcast too. You know, we got to share the word together. Thank you so much again. I appreciate you giving me your time. I know we've been all over the place these past couple of months, but you hung in there with me. I appreciate you. Every single speaker, and I mean every single speaker that came on this platform, I want to tell you all thank you. Not everyone was able to show up. Some had kind of things that happened. Some of them, you know, we have lives. Life happens. So, but they were really dedicated to come all the way up to the last minute. But the ones that did come, thank you. Thank you so much. We're waiting for someone to come on now who is running a little behind. So I'm just going to jump in and start sharing my story. How about that, you guys? You guys want to hear from me? I'd like, you guys heard a lot from me. Somebody's going to have to steal the host position, and I'm going to pick K-Love. I'm making you the host. Can you do this for me while we wait for our guest to come in? Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Did you say K-Love?
I said Kayla. Yes, I did, ma'am. Just for 2 minutes. I know because Miss Cassandra has something to do. So she's usually my co-host. So.
I'm here.
Oh, you here? Oh, well, then you can give it to Miss Cassandra.
Amen.
Okay, there you go. Won't he do it, right?
Yes. Maybe
Okay,
next
so
time, but not today.
Oh, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you, K-Love. I'm gonna get you. So well then, I don't necessarily, because I'm supposed to be speaking next month on a summit of my own. Well, not my own, on another. Joanne, actually, the speaker from yesterday, she's having a cosmic event next month, February 16th. I'm going to be speaking at 12:30. You guys, believe it's Central or Eastern time, one or the other. I'll be more clear about which is which. But my speech is about pain into purpose. I've been talking a lot about my life, my journey. I've gone through so much in life, like, from infancy, being poisoned, I have scar on my throat right now, from being abused and neglected and spending 10 months of my life in the hospital all the way up until my son passed away. During that entire time, I did not have a purpose. All I knew was pain. All I knew how to do was hurt. All I knew how to do was people please, like Pearl said, know how to say, embrace the word no. I didn't know what that word meant. I was taught not to say that word. So I had to learn. I had to learn how to say no. And that was a hard task for me. I still have that problem. But there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with loving yourself enough to tell someone that you can't do it. So my pain was my motivation. That's what pushed me. Every day I got up, and it was the pain that I had to live every day that made me feel like I had to get out of that. I had to climb my way out of this painful situation. So that's kind of what pushed me. But that should not have been what pushed me. What should have motivated me was me, the power that I had within myself. Something that I didn't realize I had within myself. My children, my children, and my children, to protect them from not being in the type of pain that I had to go through. And it is something that I'm still learning today, to learn how to allow myself to be my motivation. And that's kind of what, I'm not done with my speech, so I'm just kind of practicing with you guys here again until we get our other speaker on for, that's kind of what I'm still trying to teach myself. I'm learning in this journey. I'm learning, my healing journey is actually in this journey. It's learning how to admire myself. It's learning how to not have someone else tell me how proud they am of me, but to say, if you guys hear noise, I'm sorry. Pura Vida, Costa Rica, they got dogs and stuff. But to learn how to embrace what I have done. That is one of the hardest things I see as survivors that we have to do. We have been taught so bad, so many years, that we were nothing. We were nothing. I got up every day. I cooked breakfast for my family. I took my kids to school. I went to work. I cleaned my house while my ex-husband sat in front of a video game for at least 15 hours a day, and he didn't do anything. I couldn't go to church. I couldn't go to school. I had to sneak to get my GED because he wouldn't let me graduate high school. But I was determined. I was determined to get up and get out of that situation because I knew that I was better than the situation that he forced me to be in. He took pride in making me feel little so that he could feel big. So I had to show him and myself that I was bigger than the situation that I was in. I'm not here to bash anybody. I don't want anyone to hate anybody, because honestly, I'm grateful for what he taught me. He taught me what I will not accept in life. And that actually showed me the strength that I had in myself. I want to say he prepared me for these moments right here that I'm having to share with you guys. I want to say my mother, my biological mother, because I know my mama Donna, if she's still on there, I love you. But before that, my mother, who had to deal with a lot of trauma herself, because a lot of things that you guys don't know is I am a pastor's child, but that pastor was my mom's abuser. Everyone speaks about things that they don't understand. How could your mother abuse you? Because my mom did not have a support system. Her mother allowed her to be abused. And now my mom has to deal with the demons that she never had to heal. So she took that out on the people that were closest to her, which were me and my sister, and did the best she could, but she still struggled. And she still struggles today. And I look at her every day and say, I won't be that way. I won't. I will not allow the abuse, the sexual assault that I went through, the physical assault that I went through. Like, I could tell you guys some things right now about my life that will make you cry. Some of the things that my ex-husband did to me that will make you cry. Some of the things that I experienced on the streets that will make you cry. Like Miss Debbie said on day one, she read my book. She told me a quarter way through she had to stop because I am very graphic in that book. I'm not going to hide, sugarcoat. If you want to know my real story, that is where you need to look at it. The Place to Belong by Perry Jasper. It's on Amazon. If you want to know my actual story, what I had to go through as a child, read that book, and it'll show you how I fought every day to get out of that situation, how I turned my pain into my purpose. My pain was the only thing that I knew, and it was the only thing that woke me up every day because I'm going to leave. I'm going to go. A few years ago, that pain got the better of me. I thought I was okay. I went to therapy. Like Miss Jennifer said, medication. I did take medication after the situation happened when I attempted to shoot myself. I had a gun in my hand ready to kill myself. I got on medication, and like she stated, I used it until I didn't need it anymore. I learned breath work. I learned how to breathe. Yesterday, we were taught to breathe. And I don't think that people understand. Miss Alicia, she taught us breathe, focus on something. I had to learn those tools so that I can start to heal my mind, my body, and my spirit. And it was never easy for me. It was always something else in front of me. I went to school. I got my GED. I went to college. I got my bachelor's degree, my master's degree, another bachelor's degree, another master's degree, but I still wasn't happy. Why? Because I didn't love myself. I still wasn't satisfied with the way my life went. Why? Because I always felt like I'm not doing enough. I'm not doing enough. My current husband's like, woman, what is wrong with you? You're doing everything. You cook, you clean, you go to work, you go to school. You always trying to help somebody. You always have somebody's child in your house, an adult in your house. Like, what is it that you think that you need to do to make yourself feel happy? It was because I was never healed. I was never healed by the trauma that I'd gone through, and that I allowed myself to fester inside of me, thinking that if I make other people happy, it will make me happy. No, I didn't start to become truly happy until I accepted the fact that I was miserable. I was miserable. I started to go to see a therapist, Dr. Robin. She's a wonderful woman. She taught me about affirmations, about journaling. Journal every day, every day. What are you grateful for? What are you happy about? What are you? I think this is just turning into my session, isn't it? What are you? What have you accomplished that you felt like you couldn't? And then once I started realizing everything that I have done, I started to see like, wow, I can achieve. Wow, I didn't need to make everyone happy to be successful, because growing up, I'm being told you're going to be a dope head. You're not going to be able to raise your kids right. You're going to be a horrible mother. Your kids are going to end up in the system. And my kids won't even leave my side to this day. They love me as much as I love them because I was a good mother. And instead of me trying to prove everybody else wrong, I should have just kept working towards proving myself right and not even worry about it. So once I stopped caring about what everybody else thought about me, once I stopped caring about how everybody else felt I should be, what I should do, how I should look, I started to feel a little bit more happier every day. And I'm sorry, you guys, again, I'm just going off the fly. I'm not sorry. I think things happen the way they're supposed to happen. I wasn't prepared for this. So it took a long time for me to learn how to even start to love myself. Within the last 3 years, I started to love myself. I allowed people to run over me. I allowed myself to be around people who did not love me. One of my best friends, one of the people I thought was the person who was going to be in my life for the rest of my life, I've known her since I was a child, put me out of her house a week after my son was born because of whatever she felt about me that wasn't true. Instead of just talking to me, she could have just told me her problems. She kicked me and my children out on the streets a week after my son died, and it was like, wow, who does this? Who allows a person that you love who's already going through hurt to hurt even more by putting you in a place where you don't know where you're going to put your kids that night? So like I said, I had so much in me. So, and it was anger. I believe right now, anger was a lot that fueled me as well. I was angry with my abusers. I was angry with the people who let me down. I was angry with the people who didn't show me the support when I needed them to show me. I was angry with the people who wouldn't help me when I helped them. And I had to just forgive all of that, which was my biggest obstacle. Forgiveness, forgiving myself, forgiving others. And I'm still working on the forgiving myself part. I just recently had to forgive myself for my son passing away, because that's your child. Us as parents, we protect our children. But when your child dies, you feel like you haven't done your job as a parent. But I did my job as a parent. And I had to teach myself and I had to show myself that it was not my fault. My son was an adult, and he wasn't even doing anything wrong. He was just in a bad situation at the bad time, and he was shot. He was shot and he died. And I wasn't there. I was in St. Louis instead of Alaska, and I wasn't there by his side to take his last breath, but he didn't die alone. I made sure of that. But I still blamed myself. He was surrounded by love, but I still blamed myself because I wasn't there with him. His life was taken from us too soon. And that light that he had in you guys always say, oh, my smile, I'm just, so energetic. No, that boy, the light that he had in him outshined me in every way possible. And it hurt me that he was taken from me. But it was when he died was when I realized I had a problem. I tried to fix it through getting my degrees and getting state jobs, working for the government, working for CPS, trying to do the right thing for at-risk families, but it still didn't feed that hunger that I had in me that was saying I wasn't doing enough. You're not enough. You're still not enough. It wasn't until, honestly, I quit all of my jobs that I started to feel whole. I uprooted my family and came here to Costa Rica and started this healing journey, started this platform. In March or April, it'll be a year for my YouTube platform. And I was so ashamed of myself back then. Everything was audio. I never showed my face. I never heard, you never heard my voice. Everything was AI because I was so ashamed of who I was. And today, not even a year later, I'm speaking live on the very same YouTube page that I started a little less than a year ago, letting you guys see who I am. And if you love me, you do. If you don't, you're lost, because I am a beautiful person and I have a beautiful message that I want to share with the world. And I'm hoping that somebody's willing to hear it, because like Jennifer said, if I can help one person, I did my job. I don't have to help 2, 3, or 4, just one. I'm not going to put that much pressure on myself, just one person. And when I understand, when we all understand that we can only do what we are able to do. I don't know how, then a better way to say it. You can only do what you can do, and stop putting all that extra pressure on ourselves that I was putting on myself. We will be better. We'll allow ourselves to heal because our minds are always racing. In survivor mode, our minds are always racing because we're trying to survive. We need to slow our minds down. That's what breathing helped me do. That's what journaling helped me do. It helped me slow my brain down. Since we've been on here, you guys don't really realize on the background, there's been a lot going on. And Miss Amanda, she had to make me laugh. Come on, you got this. Come on, to slow my brain down. I knew what you was doing, Amanda. But it worked. It worked. And I never had anyone that helped me through those, types of pain. So I'm just really grateful. I'm grateful for this summit that I did this by myself. Again, these beautiful women. Miss Lena, I see you. Hi.
Hey, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you? Glad to see you on here.
Yes, your story is phenomenal as always. Like I just typed in the chat. I'm learning this platform and different things. I wasn't even able, I didn't know if anybody was seeing me or not, but Amanda yeah, they see you.
I see you. You know what? I mean, why don't you go ahead and kind of give us an idea of who you are? I'm just basically filling the time. My speaker, I don't know what happened. I don't know if she maybe clicked the wrong link, but you go ahead and introduce yourself. Let's talk. I've been trying to fill the time with my little not put together speech, you guys. Don't judge me because I won't judge you. It's all love.
All love, all love. Well, as you know, I'm Lena. I am a part of the Open Letter to Survivors. I'm also their resource coordinator. Also a fill-in host. Once was invited to their show about my life and what I survived. I'm a recovering addict. a big story in my life. A lot happens to my life, and it goes back to childhood. And I finally got myself into therapy, where a lot of things that I didn't know that I was traumatized by, you know, the molestation, like a lot of things that be on this platform that people talk about has happened in my life as well. And, you know, just to be out loud right now means a lot. And I thank everyone that has been my support, that told me I had this and I could do this. And Amanda, Kim, Cassandra, everybody has had my back on, like, I wasn't even a person that liked to speak, or I was always nervous, like even earlier, it's like, oh my God, but I'm learning to know that I have to just be a voice and just talk and open myself up to my issues and things that's going on. So it's been working for me really well. I'm so excited to be a part of all of this, and at UPJ, learning everybody just falling in place and being each other's support is awesome for me. It's helping me in my healing tremendously. Like I just had spoke about the healing from friendships and stuff. And I had shared that with Amanda because I've been going through something that, you know, unexpectedly, but it happens. And once you have to heal from your heart, from someone that just another person and a friend, like it's not your husband, your kid, you know, you realize that everybody's affected in so many different ways in their life, as far as friendships, relationships, whoever you let in your life and things. And you have to be able to open up and be transparent with people. And sometimes when you do that, how do you deal with it when it hurts you back? When you just tried to be that real transport parent person and it didn't work like that. But like I said, I just love the fact of being up here listening to stories. It gives me motivation to open up, and I'm just happy to be with you guys. I just want to learn more, do more, be better, and all of that. I love you guys from my heart. I do.
Thank you, Lena. And you guys can check out Lena's book on Amazon. It's called Redeemed and Washed Clean. Her story from being addicted to being redeemed and who she is now. Also, I'm going to tell them since you're not. And her second book is Broken Glasses, The Streets of Lena, will be out at the end of this year. So you can find that both on Amazon. So thank you, Lena, for coming in today.
Yes, and also I didn't share that once again, Amanda, the best person. I took my chemical dependency class as well. So I am knocking goals down with the support of good people that give me encouragement that you got this, because just like PJ said, that people tell you, you can't do this, you ain't gonna be this, you can't accomplish this, that all that trauma. And now finally, 2016, maybe 2015, Amanda was one of the first persons that knew I want to speak about my drug addiction. I want to write a book, and it just died off. And somehow God brought her back in my life, her and Kim, and expedited, and I'm here and I ain't turning back. 2025 goals is getting knocked down. I'm meeting wonderful people. Cassandra's book is phenomenal. I'm like, everything is inspiration for me, and I'm all the way in. I'm just all the way in. Y'all stay on my neck, okay?
Oh, I will. So I will stay on your neck. So, and I'm just going to put this on the side, just to leave it on the side. But don't say what friendships cannot become, because in 2015, I trained Lena at our local hospital, and we've been friends ever since. Kim and I and Lena also met at the same hospital, and we worked in the same building together. And through that, this friendship has been more than 8 or 9 years. And that's my family. If I don't have family, which you'll hear my story shortly, but if I don't have family, those are the two that I go to. And Cassandra, she just fit right in, because she, like I said, she kind of used to my brain and how it works, and she just listens when it might be an off the wall idea. So she'll just. So thank you, and thank you for coming on and getting out of your own head to do this. So yeah, so my team has been going up. I am a licensed chemical dependency counselor. Kim and Lena, I got them in the classes for this year, so they both will have theirs by the end of next month. And Cassandra's our life coach. So thank you.
Awesome.
Well, thank you guys so much for allowing me to be a part of this new friendship. Even though I'm the newest one in the group, I feel like I've been knowing y'all for about 8 or 9 years. I'm just saying, you guys make it really easy to kind of be yourself. I don't think you guys, you let it be known you don't want fake, you want real anyway. And that's the only way you're going to reach anybody is if you're being your true, authentic self.
Amen.
So I appreciate every last one of you for accepting me, for encouraging me, for pushing me through yesterday and today, and encouraging me for my next event, Fearless and Flourishing. It's a women's summit that I'm going to be doing in March to celebrate Women's History Month. It's going to be March 8th and 9th, the same times as this event, from 9 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. every day. I'm still looking for speakers. Anybody wants to speak on that summit, send me something on Facebook, DM me, PJ Jones, and we can work something out. And I will definitely try to get you in there. But I mean, that's kind of where I am. I'm I partner with these group of young, beautiful women, and they're helping me thrive. They're encouraging me with my podcast, Insights for Survivor. They will promote anything that anybody, it doesn't even have to be me. You tell them what platform you're on. Miss Amanda, Miss Lena, Miss Cassandra, Miss Lucy, she's not here today, but she will be if she could. Miss Kim K. Love, they all will completely, Mr. James. And I'm missing someone. What is his name, you guys? I'm missing one of the guys.
Tim.
Oh, don't tell him. He was my favorite, wasn't he? Don't tell him I forgot his name. They are all a group of wonderful men and women who don't want to do anything but help to spread the word of healing, encouragement, uplifting, empowerment. That's all they want to do. And if you're not about that, they're going to release you with love. If that's not what you're on, we love you, but you can't, we don't want anybody to be negative in this circle because we have dealt with the worst that life had to offer us. Ms. Lena doesn't realize she's my hero because my mother has not overcome her addiction. My biological mother is the demons that are taking her right now is alcohol and opioids.
Well, if you don't mind, you can link me with your mother because, like I
will try.
Well, I understand that, but you know what? Never give up because that's the whole key to it. I like the part that I can sit on both sides of the table. I can sit and identify, and then I can come back over here and tell you how I did it. So sometimes, like you said, if it ain't but one person, and if she failed 1,000,000 times, this might be her time. You never know who God sends to be her. Be that time. This could be her time just to listen. Maybe I got something that nobody else gave her. Never beats the failure, but to try.
I sure will send you her information. I will link her to you. I have to send it to you on Facebook because unfortunately,
but you know
I
what?
cut her off a while ago.
I want you to have my personal number. You can also call. When it's something like you just need to get through, or Amanda, anybody, you can get my personal number.
Got you. See, this is what I'm saying. That's the love I received, you guys, from this group. That's the love that they show, because Miss Lena have only met me 3 times, and now you're willing to help me with my mom. Like I'm not gonna lie, say if I had to give up because that's not my field of and even though actually that is my field, I have worked in the rehab facilities. It's just different when you're trying to help your own family versus helping somebody that you don't have any emotional ties to. So yes, that thank you for that because she does need the help.
It takes a complete stranger.
Sometimes it does.
Sometimes it does.
She's a beautiful person when she's sober.
I always said the drug addiction thing is just not a bad person. It's just a person that's caught up in something. Don't make them a bad person.
And that's why you're my hero, because you were able to fight that demon and use your knowledge and wisdom to try to help others who could possibly trigger you, so that takes a lot of strength because a lot of people don't understand when you overcome addiction, when you're putting yourself back out there to help people who have addictions, you're putting yourself in a position to be triggered, and you have to that takes even more strength, even more willpower, even more faith to be able to go out here and deal with the community and still say, I'm not going to do that.
And you know what? And I learned that along the way, a long way, because God ain't going to allow you to get out there and do that if he still know that you got weak tactics. I'm real strong in my beliefs about sobriety, and people say never, but I can honestly, in my whole being and every fiber of me, I will, no matter what I go through in life, me picking up drugs will not ever be my answer. The devil can get on away from me with that. So I do have a lot to share when it comes to
Yes.
he's not going to put you out there until you absolutely ready. So I'm
Yes.
ready to try to save who wants to be saved.
And I appreciate that. I'm gonna take you up on that offer, Ms. Lena, because I don't think
Please
you realize
do.
you already gave me your number.
Yeah, hey, listen, if I could scream it out right here, I can give it to you because I don't mind. Everybody on
Miss
here has the number. You got a pen?
Miss Jennifer, did you have something to say?
Oh,
I'm so sorry.
Speak up, honey. We can't hear you. Okay. Can anybody hear her?
No, ma'am.
No.
Are you on mute, Miss? Are you on mute, Miss Jen?
It says she's muted.
No, she's not.
Oh.
No, she's not on mute. I see she's I can see
Okay,
her.
can you hear me now?
There you go.
Yay! I was just gonna add to this real quick because I'm a straight up daddy's girl, like big time daddy's girl. But my dad is an alcoholic, and he struggled for 40 years.
You're breaking up.
Come on, devil.
Oh, what happened?
It's freezing on this, Jen.
Oh.
So for more than a couple, and you do it over and over. And just that, I mean, you're chemically in your brain dependent on whatever drug of choice that you have. And it wasn't until he pretty much hit rock bottom. My mom kicked him out of the house. Like he had to go live with his mom, a whole thing. And I introduced him to one of my coworkers at the time who had been sober for 20 years. And the most impactful thing that he said to my dad was, "You can never drink again. Period. You cannot do it." And I don't know if it just snapped something in his brain or what, but he has been sober now for 7 years.
Amen.
And has no will to even he doesn't even care anymore. He could be around people who drinks, does not bother him at all. So
Yes.
like you were saying, it might take a perfect stranger to be the one that helps them finally say enough is enough. So I just wanted to give you that encouragement, BJ, too.
Thank you, Jen.
Or
I'm
with your
definitely
mamas.
going to. I'm gonna, as soon as we're done with this, I'm gonna send over my mom's face because my mom's always on Facebook. So
Yes.
we're gonna get her clean.
Absolutely. We're gonna get it.
Okay, Miss Linda, I think it's your turn to speak. Who's bringing her in? Thank you, Jen. I love you.
That's me. This is Cassandra. I am bringing up Miss Linda. Give me 1 second here. Okay, here we go. All right. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Sorry. Here we go. All right. Thank you for your patience. All right. Next up is Linda Wesley Henderson, who we are also going by as Miss Linda. So Miss Linda is a retired nurse of 37 years. And the basis of her story is that her pregnant daughter was killed in a car accident. The accident was caused by a transport truck driver who was texting and driving. She has spent many years suffering with the many faces of grief. She published her book, The Road of Love and Hope. It's a memoir about the journey of child loss and grief. And so Ms. Linda ends her introduction with, "Grief crushed me to rock bottom. I want to give the message of inspiration, hope, and empowerment. She wants us all to know, and I love this tag, that we can overcome and become. And so I present to you all this afternoon, Miss Linda.
Thank you very much, Cassandra. And it has been a pleasure to be here among all of you inspiring speakers. I just hope I can inspire like you guys have inspired me. And I want to say a big thank you to PJ for having me here, inviting me to be a guest, to share in her journey of inspiring, empowerment, and just giving the message that whatever the adversities in life are that you're going through, you can overcome and become. So a little bit about me. I have been happily married for 28 years to the most amazing person ever on this planet. We have a blended family of 5 children, 4 children on earth and 1 in heaven. We have 10 grandchildren and 5 great-grandchildren. Yes, we have a fairly big family, and we try to embrace and love them whenever we get a chance. I am a retired nurse of 37 years. Most of my career was predominantly in the hospitals, working in surgery, which I love. I've worked in nursing homes, doctor's office, and the latter part of my career was in the community. I did community nursing, going into people's homes, providing nursing services to people that required them in their home. And I'm proud to say that I am a first-time author, something I thought I would never do. The Road of Love and Hope. I don't know if you guys can see it there. It's all blurry to me. I don't know. Anyway, The Road of Love and Hope. It is available on Amazon, and it is the journey of child loss and grief. And last but not least, I am a bereaved mom. Trauma. Well, first of all, I want to say a little bit about cell phones. Cell phones. We all have cell phones. They're so much a part of our everyday life, aren't they? We spend hours on them, organizing our day, from shopping, doctor's appointments, work appointments. Me, I take pictures all the time. I had to have the best cell phone, the cell phone that had the best camera, because I love taking pictures. But did you know that if you are driving and sending or receiving a text message, that it takes your eyes off the road for 5 seconds? That's not very long, is it? But if you take that a step further, and if you are driving 56 miles an hour, that is like driving the entire length of a football field with your eyes closed. That's a little worse. I think we could do some damage with that. And 12% of accidents on our roadways are caused from distracted driving. And the biggest cause of distracted driving is cell phones. I wasn't interested in any of these statistics until my daughter became a statistic. My daughter, Andrea, 27 years old, she was pregnant with her second baby. She left behind a little 2-year-old boy. She was returning to work, and they were stopped waiting to turn left at a light. She was the front seat passenger, and her coworker was the driver, when they were hit by a transport truck driver who was texting and driving and having an argument with his girlfriend. Pushed them into the oncoming traffic, where they were hit yet again by another vehicle, and they were killed instantly. That is the day that my life was shattered into a million pieces that I thought was irreparable. That is the day that I wanted to die. And that is the day that I experienced trauma like I have never known it to be. Trauma. I think we would all agree, what is trauma? trauma is a negative, distressful situation event that happens to us that can and will leave lifelong psychological effects. It shakes our view of the world. It changes our perspective. It changes us entirely. It takes away our security, our stability, our confidence, everything in life. Destroys it. Trauma affects our body, a whole body experience. And I can say this from experience. Emotionally, we're sad, we're depressed, we cry all the time. We have anxiety, we experience anxiety attacks. We have fears and anger. Oh, the anger. That's something that I struggle with to this day. Lifelong psychological effects. Emotionally, yes, very much impacted. Cognitively, we walk around in a fog. You know, we're confused. We can't put a sentence together. We can't put two thoughts together. We lose things. We're forgetful. That's why they say don't make any major decisions after experiencing trauma and grief for what they say first year. So cognitively, emotionally, we're a mess. And then physically, we might have physical ailments before the trauma. Maybe we're diabetic, we have high blood pressure, heart disease, situations where we need to take medications, but we ignore our body because we're so wrapped up in the emotions and the trauma that really what's happening to our body physically is insignificant. I remember my husband in those first couple of months, he was my caregiver and I was highly medicated. And he would say to me, so when's the last time you showered? I don't know. When's the last time you brushed your teeth? I have no idea because I was just existing. But the regular normal activities of daily living that we take for granted are just completely, they're obsolete. That's not something we're even concerned about. So it's a whole body experience. Socially, well, society gives us the impression that you basically get on with it, right? I mean, I don't know about anywhere else, but here in Canada, if you lose someone very near and dear to your heart, you get 3 days bereavement. So 3 days off work with pay. And then you go back to work. And then you get on with it. Meanwhile, you've experienced this trauma, this whole body experience, and you're expected to go. Society gives the wrong expectations. So do we want to be going out and being social and going out around people? The next thing is that nobody understands. People say the wrong things. They say the platitudes. I had a lady next door to me meet me in the grocery store one day, and there had been an accident of an entire family around the time that I lost my Andrea. And she said, well, at least you only lost one. Okay, so socially, what do? We pull back. I ignored my phone calls for 6 months. I didn't want to talk to people. No one understood. So we are isolated, alienated, and lonely. It is really important, though, to remember that it's not linear. There's no stages. We go through all of these feelings at different times. 13 years later, I'm still experiencing some of the things that you experienced way back in the beginning. And it's a lifetime experience. It's as unique as our fingerprint. We're all so different, right? We have different circumstances that happen to us, different situations, come from different families, different homes, different values, different personalities. And so trauma and grief is very unique, as we all know. But we need hope. And what is hope? Hope is when we wish, desire, hope, we desire that things are going to get better. It's a state of optimistic thinking that we will have a future and that that future will be better. It's not expecting the pain to vanish. It's not denying that the situation that happened to us didn't happen. It's just making space for life to enter in, making space for the healing and purpose to be connected with life again while working through that trauma. And, you know, just me with my experience working through the trauma, there's certain things, but I do want to say I was at a point, at a fork in the road, like a few people have mentioned here today, where about 6 months after losing Andrea, I disappeared. My husband didn't know where I was. I went to the end of our road where there was an old train track, bunch of trees, took my bottle of wine. Yeah, I know, I shouldn't have done that. Whatever, I did what I had to do at the time. I wanted to be alone, and I was in the deepest, darkest place. I sat down, and at the end, I looked at that bottle, and I was sitting beside a big, huge boulder, and I thought, I can end this right now. I can end this deep, dark pain. It's not that I wanted to die. I love my family. I love them dearly, but I wanted the pain to die. My daughter, I didn't think I would be able to live one moment without her. But there must have been one little flicker of hope in my body. And I prayed and prayed and prayed to God, and I think he answered my prayer. He gave me that one little flicker of hope. And I got up and I walked home and I said, I am going to do this. I don't know what I have to do. I don't know anything about death. I was a nurse for 37 years, and I held the hand of many family members as they had to experience losing their loved one. And I held the hand of many people as they passed on. But that gave me no preparation for what I had to deal with. Nothing. So I went home and I decided that I would start planting some seeds of hope. How did I do that? Well, I think the first and biggest thing, as you all know, is acknowledgement. We need to acknowledge our pain. We need to shed those tears. We need to scream. We need to yell. We need to get all of those emotions out. We need to go through the anxiety, deal with all of it. And by acknowledging that, we are validating our pain, aren't we? We're validating our pain. We're validating what's happened. What's happened is not normal. Losing my daughter, 27 years old, is not in the circle of life. What happened to you, whatever the trauma is not normal. Well, what you're feeling is normal. Depression, anger, all of those things are normal. So acknowledgement gives us validation, and it's one little seed of hope that we're planting. And as many spoke of before, support. We all need support. And you need to lean into that support, whatever it may be, you know, friends, family. For me, I had a daughter who was 3,000 miles away, stepdaughter. And when I was in my lowest points, when I was crying endless tears, I would phone her and she listened. And she listened without judgment, and it allowed me to vent, and I had support. She wasn't even with me physically, but was there on the phone. I connected with support groups. I was with a support group that was before the Zoom days. And I connected with a support group of 6 moms that had all experienced losing their child. And Our circumstances were different. How our children left this world was different. But the one common denominator was the pain. And that gave confidence, and it gave support and security to know that you were with like-minded people. And that's good for trauma in other areas. Seek out support groups, Zoom meetings, Zoom support groups. I do them twice a week. Still, 13 years later, another seed of hope is support. And I think we need to take baby steps. As we all know, we have to take baby steps. And I think someone mentioned earlier about you have to set goals, but small, achievable goals, little goals. You don't want to set goals, set yourself up with bigger goals that you know you can't attain, and then you set yourself up for failure. Goals like, for me, it was looking out that front door, managing to walk through the house, look out the front door and look at the sky. You know, it's moving your body from moment to moment, and just embracing those moments. Journaling, journaling is a big thing. I still sit behind the computer, and on those days when I really can't achieve much, I just start typing in whatever is going through my brain, and that's therapeutic. And as mentioned, yoga, meditation. I started yoga, but all of these things, you have to be ready for it. Your mind has to be, you have to be in the right mindset to be able to accept it, to be able to have it work for you. I went for yoga 6 months after, and trying to concentrate and do all these breathing while I'm sitting there crying. I'm like, oh, this is not for me. But I returned to it later, and it was quite beneficial. Then later on, volunteering. I tried to volunteer at a library because my Andrea was a writer. She wrote for, back in those days, the schools, we had newspapers, and the schools updated the community about what's going on in the school, and she was the writer for that. So I thought, I'll volunteer at the library, and I'm honoring her. That went well for a couple of weeks, until a little boy walked in who's tan-skinned, dark hair, cuter than heck, and he reminded me of her little boy. That was the end of that. So it's working through the triggers and realizing the right timing for when you want to introduce all of those other seeds of hope into your life. But every time you do one of those things, just have an agenda, sit down. For me, I have to have something I can focus on, and I write it in my agenda. And in the beginning, even if it means shower tomorrow, and you've achieved that, then that's a win. And then you celebrate that, and it's accomplishment, and you feel good about yourself. And then slowly, moment by moment, day by day, hope enters in. And you begin to say yes to life. And that's what I did that day. I said yes to life, and I wanted to live my life. And gratitude changes our attitude, right? We have to be grateful for every moment. Grief is an ugly thing, but it's taught, and trauma is ugly, but it has taught me many things, but the biggest is time. Today is the only little piece of time that we have, that we can control. Yesterday is gone. We don't know if tomorrow's going to come. So it's what we do with that little piece of time that defines who we are, right? I always, at the end of the day, how could I have made today better? Because it's only the only piece of time that we have to control. So we may as well do the best that we can with it, right? So gratitude. I guess I just want to read a little bit from my book here. I had it marked. I was going to read it earlier, but it's just a couple of quotations in my book. I usually have one at the beginning of each chapter. And you've probably heard the quotations before, but they're very inspiring to me. And the first one is, hope is the thing with feathers that perches on your soul and sings the tune without the words and never stops at all, by Emily Dixon. And the other one is, if you lose hope, somehow you lose the vitality that keeps life moving. You lose the courage to be, that quality that helps you go on in spite of it all. And so today I still have a dream. And that's Martin Luther King Jr. Just, I don't know, inspires me when I read those things, and it makes me want to plant more seeds of hope. With all of that, though, you know, it's okay that as you're trying to walk this journey and trying to survive and thrive through the trauma, it's still okay to have bad days, and you have to be kind to yourself. If I wake up tomorrow and I have an appointment and I can't make it, I don't have to give an excuse to anybody. I just don't make it and I go to bed, and that's fine too. So with that, I'll leave you my little motto that I have kind of developed since I wrote my book and found my new purpose in life to, you know, and it's been said so many times here today that when I wrote my book, if I could help one person, I had no idea how it would unfold, how successful it would be, but if I could help one person, then I will have achieved my goal, and I will have accomplished what I set out to do. But my little motto is embrace the moments. Whatever those moments look like for you, embrace those moments. If it means that you have been crying and you've stopped and you can breathe and you can drink, embrace that moment. If it means you can step out the door and go for a walk and move your body, embrace those moments. Whatever the moments in life are for you. I take pictures of everything, even weeds. My husband will joke with me, why are you taking a picture of that? It's a weed, but it's got a beautiful blossom on it. I embrace those moments. And then cherish the memories. I mean, we all have some good memories, right? Even with the trauma, we all have some good memories. So embrace those moments. And then with that, make new memories. Make new memories, create new traditions, cherish the moments. And by doing that, we create hope for tomorrow. Any questions, anybody?
I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. This is her first event, you guys. We've been talking like almost every day except for like Christmas time last month. And I'm so proud of you, Miss Linda.
Yay. I'm proud of you too.
That was beautiful. I told you.
Thank you. Thank you. Just want to provide hope that if I can do this, you can do it.
Exactly. And you did. Your story was beautiful.
Yes, the story was awesome. I just want to say thank you because you've encouraged me to get your book for a friend who is still struggling with the death of their child. And it has been a whirlwind, and it's been 5 or 6 years, but it doesn't matter. They still are struggling, and they have, just like you, 4 other kids who are still alive and have a multitude of grandchildren, but the pain of the loss of their eldest child is still taking them through. So I am definitely encouraged to encourage them with your book.
Yes, thank you. And like I said, if that can be that one person, then that warms my heart.
Yeah,
for sure. Thank you.
You're welcome again. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. I love you, Miss Linda.
Thank you.
Okay, so without further ado, we have a special guest.
Uh-oh, she went out for a second. Okay, PJ. Well, she should be back soon. But for everybody that's watching today, still don't forget to like, comment, share, subscribe to her channel. Like this video, send it to everybody that maybe needs some empowering, that may have gone through some trauma, who may have had different things in their lives that took place that maybe, you know, they're not happy about, they're not proud of, whatever. Just share it to them. If she doesn't come back soon, I'll just go into my part of the speech to go ahead and close. So I'll give her a second to come back up. But just share it to somebody else who may have gone through trauma and may need that encouragement to let them know that they are okay, that the trauma does not define them. So y'all want me to just go ahead and go on? Okay, y'all will hear my bio later. It's not important right now. I'll go on with my part.
Let Kim introduce you. We're going to do this thing, right?
I was trying to get my thing to unmute. So we're going to give you a proper intro. That's okay. I couldn't handle the hosting part earlier, so I'll do this part. So to everyone who has been watching and been with us for the last couple of days, I want to say thank you for tuning in. And please, like Lady Poet said, please subscribe and share and take in everything that has been afforded and offered to you the last couple of days. Every woman that has come through has given some tidbits, some great information, has shared things with you that is a struggle for some people to even admit that they've gone through. So just take in everything that has been offered, utilize it for your own healing, and take the steps and the nuggets that has been provided for you so that you can get your healing started. And contact PJ Jones if you need anything. She will connect you with whatever resources she has, as well as all the different guests that were on the show for the last couple of days. This is an empowerment summit, and we want to end it with our wonderful, wonderful host and creator of Open Letters to a Survivor, Amanda Harris, better known as Lady Poet Speaks. She's going to share her story with you all. And if you want to hear more, you are welcome to watch us on our show of Open Letters to a Survivor. PJ, you're back. Yay.
I'm back. I'm sitting here like, whoa, I'm just giving this really beautiful introduction to the wonderful Lady Poet, and I'm talking to myself. That's okay. That's okay. I'll do it again.
Well, honey, I did a little bit, but you can definitely take over and finish it up.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead. If I jumped off, I'm like sitting here excited and proud of myself, but that's okay. Whoever brings this beautiful woman in is whoever brings her in. Go ahead.
I started it and I finished it, but you can add more to it if you like.
Okay, well, I love to welcome this beautiful voice, this activist, this empowered woman of domestic violence survivors, who is going to not only help me, but everyone else who has struggled in this horrible, horrible, horrible pandemic that's faced us all. Lady Poet, go ahead and say your speech, because I done messed it up.
Thank you. No, it's fine. I thank you, and I'm grateful that you had us on to host. So the title of my speech, I want everybody to take note to that, is Pain, Beauty, Healing. That's the title of my speech. So oftentimes we're labeled, we're predestined, or people think of who we're going to be because things in our lives. So because my mother and my father both met and married each other in the psych ward, I was labeled not normal. Father, schizophrenic. Mother, dealing with bipolar 1 disorder. So she has mania, the schizoaffective, everything. So I just want to say, by the grace of God, I don't hear voices like my father, and I don't have a mania like my mother has. So I'm thankful for that, even though I do struggle with the post-traumatic stress disorder and anxiety. Those things don't define me. I'll define them. I'll get to that shortly. And also being told at the age of 8 years old that because your mother had her illness, that you shouldn't have been born. And my mother's sickness, I was forced into kinship care. So for anybody who does not know what kinship care is, that's when you're in foster care, but you're placed with family. A month before my 9th birthday, living in my family's home, I began to be sexually abused by an uncle. When social workers started coming to my home, they said that I had to have every other weekend, I had to have visits with my father. So with my father being schizophrenic, as we talked about, the voices would tell him to do things that fathers don't do. So my father raping me on the weekends, my uncle during the week. That cycle continued until I turned 12 years old, and the social workers decided that I didn't have to go there anymore. But also at 12 years old, that's when my uncle started trafficking me. From the abuse, I suffered miscarriages. I suffered 4 suicide attempts. I was 17 years old and a cutter, not realizing that I was speaking through the cuts. I was speaking through my pain. I was leaving the pain everywhere I went, as far as being angry, lashing out at people. Anytime anybody would say anything to me, it was always me going off or yelling at them back, not realizing that that was the way that I was speaking through my pain. Also, in that when I thought I was leaving the abuse that I was encountering in my home, I got married and went into an abusive situation. All I wanted and longed for was for somebody to tell me what my name means. And Amanda means loving child. And because of the pain and the abuse, it made me forget who I was. Oftentimes. That's the pain I endured. But let me tell you about the beauty. Let me tell you what came from the scars that I thought I had. First is that I'm still able to love, and that my experiences never hardened my heart. And I know now that my scars are someone else's roadmap for healing. The purpose is that pain is to speak deliverance, not only to myself, but to people I come in contact with. The decision to heal came from darkness of the pain. It was the rock bottom when I realized that rock bottom was the premises I needed to start building stepping stones to walk into my future. It was that choice that gave me the right to learn to trust myself again when the ability to trust was gone before I even know what it was. Pain told me that I was broken, empty, and unworthy, but beauty tells me that I'm worth it, and that healing tells me that the fight is worth it. It was the permission from people in my life not realizing that I needed permission. That permission to heal is what got me to where I am today, with peace on the other end. So what does healing look like? Let me tell you. Healing is one of the most painful journeys we can ever experience, but it's also the most worth it. Healing taught me to speak and to tell my story. Healing allows me to write my books, which there are now 3 and soon to be 4. Back from Bondage, How I Broke Free, In His Eyes, Finding My Way Back to God, and Through the Cracks, the memoir of my story. It's also there to help someone else. Healing is using the thing that I hated the most about myself, which is my voice, which I thought I lost for so long, that I now use every week on Sundays at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to speak out about mental health with Open Letters to a Survivor. I am meant to be here, just like everyone else who has gone through trauma is meant to be here. Healing is about doing it afraid, doing it anyway, doing it no matter what the outcome looked like, doing it no matter if you see a clear path or not. When we don't feel worthy, we are. Trafficking and sexual abuse thrive in darkness. Let's shine the light and hold perpetrators accountable for their actions. It means finding our voice, like I found mine, and finding our voice through the pain. It also means creating safe spaces for people to share their stories of survival, and creating safe spaces like this one and like Open Letters to a Survivor to be told. If there is one message I can leave with you today, it would be that resilience is real, hope is real. And for those still in the fight, I want to let you know it does get better. Healing is possible, joy is possible, and freedom is possible. Healing is painful, but it's worth it and it's necessary. Hope does not deny the pain or pretending it did not happen. Hope means believing that the pain does not define you. It means that believing our stories are not over and that brighter chapters are still ahead. As I speak to you today, I am reminded of something that a mentor told me, that the strongest steel is forged in the hottest fire. As survivors, we have been through the fire, and though it has shaped us, it has not consumed us. Together, we can turn our pain into purpose, our silence into strength, and our survival into a movement of hope and courage. Thank you. And of course, because my name is Lady Poet Speaks, I'm going to leave you with the poem that I wrote to go with my speech. Pain, beauty, healing. I'm on this journey to wholeness, searching through uncharted territories. I've been on a merry-go-round of emotions, but even in my dizziness, I keep riding until it's time to get off. Even if I lose my balance, I still have to walk. What if the ground is uneven? And what if the sky is gray? What if? What if? But what if it's worth it? And what if I make it? I never thought I would make it this far. I'm changing the narrative, trading places, trading trips to the bar for hope, trading pills for prayer, trading sex for a support system, because addiction cannot ruin my life anymore. Fighting self-hatred by changing my words. You know, the things that they said about me that tried to embed in my memory. You're fat, I'm fabulous. You're a mess, but I have a message. You're broken, that's okay, because the potter can fix the smallest cracks. You're damaged, I'm destined for greatness. You're worthless, no, I'm more precious than rubies. I promised God that if he would bless me, I was willing to suffer for my healing, and he's making sure I see it through. So even on this battlefield, Lord, when I'm wounded, let me count on you. Obedience comes before the sacrifice. That's why even in my dark days, I still stay in the fight. Even when the sky gets tired, it cries. Help me stand the face of uncertainty. Every beautiful thing forms through adversity. I guess I really am a diamond because I've been formed through intense pressure and high heat. So press me like an olive so my oil can feed plenty. Bury me in moist soil and I'll grow like a seed. Wrap me in leaves like a caterpillar and soon I'll emerge with wings. When secrets come to haunt me and when my skeletons refuse to hide, I'm determined to love bravery down my own spine. I can't give up this time. I got too many people waiting at the finish line. I forgive my pain because it's bringing me purpose. I forgive my silence because I'm finding my voice. I forgive my shame because I'm not to blame. I forgive how I survive because even in baby steps, I'm learning how to thrive. Hate and love are both four-letter words. I'm choosing love this time, giving myself grace on this mountain climb. I'm determined to find water in dry places, finding comfort in God's arms. So to myself, I vow to do no more harm, searching for elegance in my emptiness, embracing my empathy to enable me to find my destiny. I'm fighting like hell to get free. It's a warrior inside of me. I ain't no damsel in distress. I'm a phoenix fueled by the fire that burned around me. I'm a conquering defeat, standing in the dirt still crumbling around me. I'm not broken, I'm resilient. When my past reminds me of my pain, I'll remind my past that light enters through darkness and through the cracks. And my scars tell stories of how even on my worst days, I still survived. I found beauty in my sorrow, and I'm finally finding me, stepping over to the pain to find beauty and my healing. So thank you. Because of that, I am now 8 years cut free. I am clean, and because of that, I've started a nonprofit organization. I've written 4 books, and I am the founder of Finding My Throne Ministries mentor program for young ladies. So I thank you for listening to the speech, and PJ, I thank you for having me on today to help you with this summit.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And surprise, surprise, the speaker we were waiting for kind of was floating around in the waiting room, and she didn't get pulled in. So if we could just give her a few moments, Lady Tawana, Black Beautiful Butterfly Goddess is on next. But I first want to thank you, Amanda. That was beautiful. I had Miss Jen say that's amazing. She's going to need a copy of that because that was amazing. I mean, wow. This is my first time ever hearing your poetry. I knew you were a lady poet, but I've never heard you speak. So I see why Lady Miss Cassandra be doing this all the time. There we go. They go to poetry clap. We're gonna hear more from you, and you do beautiful things. We already got the plans in order, so we're gonna go. We're gonna make it big. We're gonna make it pop. But Lady Tawana, Miss Black Butterfly Goddess, are you ready for us? Because it's your time to shine. I'm so sorry that we left you sitting in the waiting room. I did not see anyone in the waiting room. Another guest said she texted me saying the same thing. So that's my mistake. I'm so sorry, but we're ready.
Stop
saying that S word.
I wasn't leaving you. I was not leaving you. I was going to sit right here until I heard from you. So
well, I'm going to go to you, and I'm going to let you share your journey because y'all, she got one. We usually have this beautiful introduction, but for time's sake, I'm just going to let you jump in.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Tawana Yvette, and I go by Black Butterfly Goddess for a reason. I was born into a very abusive household, impregnated by my father at 15. Yes, my natural father. I was thrown into the New York City group home system, forgotten by most of my family, forgotten about by most of my family. And so, of course, choosing partners, we all know, I didn't know how to pick a good person, right? Friends, partners, otherwise, life was a mess. I was married twice. Both of them were very abusive. One held me at pew point on my knees while I begged for my children's lives. He described in detail how he was going to take each one of them out of here. I got out of that marriage a few weeks later, thank goodness. The second one put me and my children on the street, so we were homeless for a little while. And then I decided, you know what, we're going to take a break from this relationship thing for a while and kind of get ourselves together, right? So I took a little break, 4 years off, thinking I'm learning myself, I'm growing, I'm healing. And I was healing in a sense, but I wasn't healing that deep hurt that I carried my father's child. I never told anyone until 2 years ago. In 2020, I meet this charismatic 4th grade teacher, and I'm like, yes, girl, you finally did it. You finally chose better, honey. That was the worst thing I could have ever done. The butterflies were alarms telling me, get out of here. He would scream at me for 3 and 4 days on end because I wore a t-shirt that was maybe cut to here. I wasn't allowed to go to the gym. If I took a phone call from one of my children and went in a separate room, I was scheming and plotting something. If I decided I wanted to spend the night at my home, I was cheating. And so here I am thinking something's wrong with me because all of these arguments are about everything I do wrong. I say to him, your ex-wife comes in here and pretty much runs the show. Big mistakes. He would take me to this point of a seizure, this close, I have epilepsy. And he would know that when I start stuttering, the big one's coming. I have grand mals. He would take me right there and then tell me, go take your medicine and start over again the next day. I couldn't do anything right. I wasn't good enough. I wasn't pretty enough. Nothing was good enough. His parents ran a background check on me and told him, son, she's not good enough. She filed bankruptcy in 2005. I filed bankruptcy in 2005 because in 2000 I had a car wreck. 2004, I had a car wreck that took my career, and I just had my 37th back surgery. I'm still dealing with the effects of it. I took care of his son like he was my own child. He was with me more than he was with his mother. He preferred to be with me over his mother or his father. And they don't deserve the bright light of sunshine that they have in that boy. I received a call on a Wednesday in March of 2022. My brother-in-law ate breakfast, got in the shower, came out of the shower, and transitioned on the floor. My sister had never in life asked me for anything. And when she could be there, she was. I can't take that from her. When she was able to be there, she was. So I had to be there for her. I had to return this favor. So I flew up to DC, stayed the week, didn't cry one tear, despite what I saw. What I saw was my sister, who is this perfectionist type A congresswoman kind of woman. Everything is perfect. Everything is in order. You know, she owns her house. She's a multimillionaire. Turned to Jello. I had only seen her cry once in my lifetime, and that was when Mom transitioned. But she didn't turn to Jello. What I saw before me was disturbing. She had a 6-month-old Cane Corso who, of course, lost his person too. She had no idea what to do with this dog. I fly back to Atlanta. I'm on the last flight. Every system in my throat was hurting. My stomach was turning knots. I didn't know if I was, you know how they tell you can't get up and go to the bathroom for the first half hour. Well, the dang flight's only an hour and 15 minutes from DC to Atlanta. So I'm like, oh God, my stomach's bubbling. My throat is hurting. My head is hurting. It was all the alarms going off in my body. And as we're taxiing down the runway, my best friend says, hey, why don't you go to your house? And I said, no, I can't take the argument right now. She knew something I didn't. I get there and I try to be all happy and jovial, despite the fact that I can't process my sister is Jello. This perfectionist woman who's always done everything right is Jello. I just left that. And I get in the car and I say, hey, you know what? When I lived in DC and worked for White House appointees, I never visited the sites. I wanted to get away from them old buildings. I was on call 24/7. I didn't want to see them. Why don't we take your son? He would love it. Car got cold. I knew what that meant. I start rocking. 45 minutes, I'm rocking in silence. What could I have said wrong? What did I say wrong? What did I say wrong? We get to his house and I take a shower and someone says, put your phone in your pocket and start recording in my robe pocket. And I go out in the living room and I sit next to him and try to snuggle close to him. And he says, I'm not going anywhere where you traipsed around with some other man. And of course, me being who I am, I said, traipsed? Like, I don't know Traipse? Do you understand the depth of that word? I've never traipsed with anyone anywhere. And I was married. Wrong answer. That man tore me down for hours. And suddenly, I was standing in front of myself, looking at myself go numb. I stood up in a zombie-like state and walked away while he's still screaming. Walked in the bedroom and got in the bed. I was numb. I thought about taking my life right then because nobody would know. It was nighttime. I'm expected to be asleep. No one would know. And I said no to want to fight. I got up the next morning, phone still on record, and go get a cup of coffee and go back in the bedroom and sit down. And he comes in and continues the argument. That numb feeling washed over me immediately. And I looked at the dresser, and my brand new bottle of sleeping pills was there. I took every one of them, followed by coffee and vinegar. I put on the favorite sweatshirt that my adult children had purchased for me, had butterflies on it, so it made me happy to wear it. And he goes, great, now I have to go get syrup of Ipecac. And in hindsight, when you think about that, in hindsight, if you know that, you've been through this before. You have pushed a woman to this before. I walked out of the house. I started getting tired. I was only 7 or 8 houses away. Started getting sleepy. I walked into the woods and laid down between 2 trees and went to sleep. I wrote, I'm sorry in my phone, but I can't do this anymore. I hurt too bad. I had an experience, if any of you have seen Black Panther, if you can believe it. I was taken to the ancestral plane. When I woke up, my mother and my stepfather were standing there. My stepfather was a wonderful man. He was my daddy. He was tall and strong, and I didn't even know I wasn't his little girl until my father came looking for me at 10. If I was on daddy's shoulders, I could do anything. And he had his head down like this. Because for the first time in life and death, he had to tell me no. My mother, poised, beautiful, elegant woman. You have to go back. And I'm begging her, Mommy, I'm worthless. I'm nobody. I have to be Satan's child because I'm unlovable. I can't go back, Mom. Just let me stay with you and Daddy. Let me be happy. I've never been happy. I don't know what that feels like. People are waiting for you. Mom, I don't have a purpose. Please just stop. Let me stay. And she goes, you have a purpose, and it begins now. And I wake up in my body in the hospital. Of course, my first thought in that frame of mind was, damn, you couldn't even do that right. I don't know who took me to the hospital. I don't know who found me. He's a liar. I can't believe what he said. The hospital records are unclear. I don't know how they saved me. There's only 2 methods I know they didn't use because there's after effects for those methods that I did not endure. I went through months of therapy and all of that nonsense that they make you go through and blah, blah, blah. But even on the unit, he called me and cussed me out and screamed at me. Got me 3 days more. because they saw me have a breakdown. I get discharged and my sister says, I think we need each other. Why don't you move back home? So I moved back with her to DC. That's when I knew I was a healer. Because while I'm screaming inside, I just closed my business. I just left every friend I knew. This was the first time I've ever lived in a different state than my adult children. They weren't going to be calling me, asking me to meal prep for them anymore. Yet I'm filtering her feelings and she's healing and the dog is healing. But I'm screaming from the inside like, damn, does anybody see me? My children made the decision shortly thereafter not to be part of my life, rightly so. My trauma had traumatized them enough. And when I moved into, I'm okay, baby. I'm sorry, it's my dog. If she hears mama crying, she gets upset. I moved into my apartment and my mother's voice got so loud. I would be sitting outside all night just scripting. And if anyone doesn't know what that is, that's where you're writing from the subconscious. You're not even writing from what you know. You're writing from what's back there. Those memories, those triggers, those night sweats, those terrors. They're all back there and you're writing it out. And she was here. I lost every friend. Most of my family members gave up on me, called me crazy. But Mama Lorraine, PJ knows her well. My mother started to introduce me to my ancestors. First their energy, and then she took the scales off my eyes. My psychic gifts were activated. February of last year, she goes, it's time to use your voice. And I'm like, to do what? What am I doing? And a couple of minutes later, I look on Facebook and there's a podcast that's advertising they need somebody for the season 7, episode 1 of their podcast. I'm like, all right, lady, you're pretty funny here. You're pretty funny. I apply, of course, because at this point I've laid out in front of my ancestors and the divine and said, I surrender. Whatever it is I'm supposed to do in this life, I surrender to it because I can't fight anymore. I don't have it in me. I went on there and the subject was facing loneliness because that was always my biggest fear. Living alone without the love of my children. But I was facing it every day. Every day I found something new about me to love. Something I had never done. I never loved me. I hated myself. For 47 years, I hated me. I hated that I existed. I hated I was created. Every day I found something new to love about me. And every day I did as they said and followed their lead and their guidance. I announced to the family, I'm a psychic. Mom was a psychic. You guys don't know because she didn't trust y'all to know. And based on the way you treat me, I see why. I also announced to the family that I would no longer be holding the family secret in because while they have lived their best lives, I have literally transitioned 3 times. Not at my own hand, twice from organ failure and once at my own hand. That's when I told my best friend from high school, who had accompanied me to eliminate what was growing inside of me, what happened. She was coming here. She had a 4-hour layover at the airport, and so I went and met her there, and we had coffee, and I felt it was time to tell her. When I told her, she fell off her chair and slid to the floor. I told my sister on my father's side, previous marriage. My brother-in-law had to leave the house, her husband. And I've never been held as tightly as she held me. As I started to share my story, it got easier and easier to tell. I used to cry. It used to be hard to get out. And now I can tell it boldly and bravely. I started my TikTok community before they took it from us, so that no one ever felt like I did. I did psychic readings on it, but I wanted the purpose of that container was so that everybody felt seen, heard, loved, and understood. I never wanted anybody to feel like that woman that I can't even identify with felt the day she took that entire bottle of sleeping pills, followed by coffee and vinegar. And I never want in the future anybody to feel that way. My community loves me so much, they purchased my dog for me. I'm an epileptic, and I was having a lot of seizures. And they're like, Goddess, you need a dog, and you need a good one. And so they raised over $1,200 to buy her for me. And then they had me make an Amazon wish list. And before she was here, she had everything. And then some. Every day I make it my business to share with someone my story. I built my business, Black Butterfly Goddess, because it serves two purposes. One is to teach and one is to heal. Black Butterfly Goddess Guidance is my coaching program, but I don't call myself a coach. I call myself a guide. Coach is overused and undervalued. I take your hand and I lead you from your darkness to your light. I help you. I teach you how to heal your trauma, that deep, dark root that's way down there. We're going to get it up and we're going to pull it out and we're going to do it together. And I am going to hold your hand as long as you keep doing the work. But if you let go of my hand, I can't help you. The other one is to teach. Yes, I teach classes on intuition, psychic protection, all of that stuff. But my biggest class is recovery from narcissistic abuse, gaslighting, codependency, and complex PTSD. That's the one that fills up the quickest. And so my mission, my purpose is to help women heal their trauma, find their purpose, and grow spiritually. I do it daily. I spend 16 to 18 hours at this desk, making sure that I dot every I and cross every T that I possibly can to make sure that I make a difference in the lives of women. That's my story. That's how I became Black Butterfly Goddess. And I thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Tawana, for sharing that beautiful story. I mean, I've heard the story before about, how you got to who you become today, and you have helped me a few times, allowing me to see the potential in myself. And I thank you and I love you so much. This is my sister, you guys. Introduce yourself to the world. And I'm just so thankful that you were able to jump on at the last minute. Because you guys, I called her today. She said yes. Then she sat in the waiting room for an hour waiting for me to get her on. So I just appreciate you coming on and sharing your beautiful story. Like, you had a lot, we all gone through so much. And Lotus was there right there. I heard you, Lotus, Nisi Poo. And I thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing that story. Put all of your information in the chat so that we can include it, because we didn't, again, this was last minute, so no one was able to put anything that you do for this community in the chat. I would like everybody to know how to get in contact with her, so she can help you, guide you. Like you said, though, you let that hand go, she gonna have to drop it. She can't hold your hand and take you on your journey with you. You got to be willing to walk your journey yourself. And that's a lot of things that people don't understand is we can only help you as far as you allow yourself to be helped, or as far as you're willing to help yourself. I want to help you, but we also have to love ourselves, because we are also survivors. We're also people who have used our energy to help so many others that we forgot to help ourselves. So if I have to let you find your own path, please know I'm going to be praying for you. I'm going to be meditating. I'm going to be putting your name out in the universe, and I'm going to be helping you in any way that I can, without it being too much on my physical being, on my mental being, on my, spiritual body. I told you, mind, body, spirit, that's all I'm trying to do is make sure that I'm okay. And I can't help anyone else if I'm putting so much energy into helping you that I'm dragging dead weight. So I'm still on my own journey. So I felt that part, because that has been my struggle. I've always wanted to help everyone else by holding their hand, but allowing them to pull me down. You already know, sis. So thank you again for sharing your story. I love you so much. Does anyone have anything they would like to share? Anything that they would like to say? We're like down to the wire here. Now's the time. Co-host sisters, y'all got anything y'all would like to add?
Thank you for having us on. This summit was empowering for me, and I know for a lot of other speakers. So I just thank you. I look forward to doing this with you more.
Yes. Okay. Well, then I'm not going to hold anyone else up as anymore.
Wait.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, no, I'm done.
Real quick. No, absolutely. Just wanted to say again, thank you for allowing us to come and support you with this summit. It has been absolutely amazing. I think it just brought to light again that everybody has a story to tell, right? Everybody has something to share. And it's not, I think sometimes people get confused like this pity party thing. No, it's not. It's just the community of knowing you're not alone, because sometimes your thoughts will drive you crazy, making you think that you're having an experience that's all unto yourself. And yes, it's yours, it's your life, and so it's unique in that way, but there are shared experiences, right? And so you don't have to suffer it alone. Somebody's moved ahead of you that can get you 5 steps further ahead, 5 years faster than you trying to do it by yourself. So, the opportunity for summits like this is exactly what you called it. It is empowering, right? You're right. We don't stay in survivor mode. That's a place you go to, but you don't stay there. You got to learn how to thrive, right? You have to learn how to rise. We are that phoenix that Amanda spoke to. And so, all of that to say, thank you not only to you, PJ, but to every woman who has come on to speak, because it's not easy, right? It's not easy to be vulnerable enough to share your story, no matter how many times you have said it, right? No matter how many times you've spoken it, no matter how many times it's run through your head, no matter how many times you've written it down, you could have published it in a book, the whole nine. It's still not easy, because now you just have set in motion for future generations of people in your family and beyond to be able to have that guide to go back to. And even this, it's recorded. You have set something up in prosperity for all of us. And so I thank every single person who has come along. We all have such dynamic voices and personalities, and they blend beautifully. So it's all woven together for a divine purpose. Day one and day two have collided in such a beautiful way. And I cannot wait to join you again March 8th and 9th. Ladies, mark your calendars. Come back to us March 8th and 9th. Invite your friends, right? If everybody brings one, we just start this movement going on a little bit longer, a little bit faster, a little bit at a time. You watching the replay out there on YouTube. Come on now, bring a friend, right? Somebody is going to be healed. Somebody is going to be supported. Somebody is going to be helped. And that's the whole purpose. We are not here to meant to live this life in isolation. That is the exact opposite of what we are here to do. Marianne spoke of self, right? Jennifer spoke of self-preservation. Black Butterfly Goddess, everybody took in that same thing. Miss Linda, Lady Poet, everyone in some way or another, without it being planned that way. That's how you know it's got to be something greater than what's here between us, because it wasn't planned. But the same thread, it was intended, right? But it wasn't planned. But it happened across both days without everybody being in the same place at the same time. It couldn't have happened like that even if we tried, right? So,
right. Yes.
So thank you. When I tell you all, we met PJ, she came on our podcast. Has it been 3 weeks? Maybe.
I really don't know.
You came on my birthday. That was January 5th. So
sure was, because I didn't get the chance to meet you that day. Okay.
Exactly 2 weeks. And so we have done this together in less than, she did all the footwork. She just asked for some support to come in. She's like, I can do it myself. Yeah, you can, but why should you? Like, so all of that to say thank you, and thank you again to you, PJ, to all of the wonderful speakers who took their time out to come to this platform, to share your stories, to offer your services for everything. And we coming back at it March 8th and 9th. Mark your calendar.
March 8th and 9th, y'all. I expect to see all of y'all here in one way or another.
Thank you, PJ.
Thank you, PJ.
I just want to say thank you, as my sister, as my heart. Thank you for getting me on here. Thank you, ladies, for listening to my story. With all of us, yes, we can empower the younger generations. And one part of my story I left out. My kids and I have reunited, and my daughter is coming for my birthday.
Yeah.
So me healing has healed them as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Amen.
Yeah.
I just want to add before we all disperse, again, the gratitude to PJ for having a vision and being commissioned to making it come to fruition. God bless you, my dear. There's so much more to come. This is just the tip of the iceberg. And the one thing that I have to say that I truly loved about this summit is that it's so diverse. We have so many women from different places, different age groups, generations, cultures, and so on and so forth. I love that. And that is just an indication of how this is not just a woman's summit. This is the world.
Yes.
World.
Coming for the world.
World summit. We know women run the world. Men play their role. Yes, they do. We're not just counting their role, but Mother Earth.
Mother Earth.
Okay. Enough said. So therefore, moving forward, we are going to continue to be connected with each and every one of you lovelies. And we're going to support one another. We're going to push one another and encourage one another. We are now family. This is a community, a village, and a family. Family
A
just don't
beautiful
mean by blood. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We all have learned that in our travels. Those of us who are blessed to have wonderful families, hold them tight. Hold them tight. Okay. And I thank you. I'm going to start crying, but I just love it. I'm just excited.
Okay.
I'm excited for what has been created, and we're
Mm-hmm.
moving forward with it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Kim. And it's not just the March one, but don't forget, it's called Roots of Resilience, my retreat here in Costa Rica. I expect to see some of y'all beautiful ladies out here too in July. Happy birthday, Lady Poet. Happy birthday, Lady Poet.
That's my birthday week, y'all. So y'all know I gotta go.
Roots of Resilience Women's Retreat is an empowerment retreat in here in Costa Rica. And it's gonna be the same way, you know, except for this one, we're gonna have actual workshops that everybody could go in and learn from each individual that comes to share their story. It's like I said, we're taking over the world. I'm in Costa Rica, you guys, and I'm welcoming y'all to come down here with me to celebrate being empowered.
Well, when y'all get back
I
there,
don't
we
care.
get
I'll get there.
a full head count of everybody that want to go to Costa Rica. My granddaughter is a travel agent. We can get some great deals. So we need a head count and some dates. So let's try to see if we can expedite this, and maybe I can get some great deals that all of us can show up.
Oh, we're gonna start sending that out next week then. Don't worry about it. We got it. We're gonna keep growing.
I get all the information and I'll forward it to her.
Oh, I got your phone number now.
You got it, girl. You better call me. Call me, and once again, I thank you all for being here, and I loved everything I've seen here on this summit. And like Kim said, we're family. Let's keep it going.
And those of you that come and speak at the Costa Rica Summit, not as a guest, but as a speaker, no, I feed y'all. Kim, I ain't forgot about you. I feed y'all now. I cook.
Well,
I'm feed y'all.
Talking then, because I love to eat.
Well, thank you guys. Man, you guys, we all bring something special to these types of events. Every single person on here. We all have a story that's meant to empower and uplift, and we all have that drive to thrive and help others thrive with us. But again, I'm going to keep on remembering this because I don't want to. We cannot allow our spirits to be diminished. We have to not be dragged down, you know. So we got to keep each other uplifted. Because I'm not always happy like this, you know. I have my days where I cry. That's why Miss Tawana, she knows I called her crying a couple of weeks ago. I texted her. So we got to help each other stay uplifted, because this energy is work. It's really hard work. It's hard work to keep that energy up. So, thank y'all. Who anyone else has anything they want to say, I'm gonna let them have the last word, and then we're gonna go ahead and let everybody go for the day, because I'm a part of a beautiful anthology that Lady V, who was there on our day one, I'm a part of a book that she collaborated with a few other women, and we got a meeting at like 7. So I told y'all I'm not stopping, but my weekends are done.
Those tears are sacred tears.
Thank you. Ms. Linda, I think you're one of my favorite people forever.
I love you.
I love you too. Mama Donna, I love you. I saw you again doing this. So I love you. I've been watching the chats. I love you, Nana, Mama Donna. I love all you beautiful ladies. Mwah. Marianne, you're my new friend too. Don't think you're getting away because you're quiet, because I come after the ones I like. You guys have a wonderful day. Bye, everybody.